What the fuck? All right, here we go. All right, we in this thing. Give me 1 second. All right, y'all. So here we are. Yes, I know it is not Friday, but just for the sake of the title, we're gonna act like it is. And technically, I was supposed to live stream for Friday, and I did not because I was doing other things, and I figured why not make up for it for today. And not only am I making up for it, but I'm doing something quite different this live stream. So, first of all, for those who are welcome to the village, it's your girl Narise. If you don't know me from a can of paint, because you really shouldn't, but if you happen to know me, because my life is anything like the Truman Show, I'll introduce myself based on my perspective and who I am. I'm a singer, songwriter, visual artist. I play guitar, I make beats, I creative direct, I style, I model, and do all types of creative projects. Now, the thing is, I usually do music stuff on here, right? My live streams are usually music based. And today we're doing something a little different. We're doing something on the visual side. Because I know I often say like that I am a visual artist. And it's like, okay, what does that look like? Because that could be so many different things, right? I mean, it's like saying I'm an artist. It's like, okay, what kind of artist do you paint? Do you sing? Do you play instruments? Like what is that? And same thing for visuals, right? And for me, like I mentioned on my live stream for the 4th anniversary of the release of the Divine EP, I mentioned how pretty much like a coming of age journey for me in terms of my visuals. And it started out with me like working with other people and then trying like dabble into directing myself. And then, just going through the ebbs and flows of that and how sometimes it could be in the beginning, it's not always the smoothest process. So, so yeah, now I figured I'll live stream while I put together a photo shoot because I had a visual idea that I wanted to do. I'm still not gonna fully explain what it is. I'll just do it and then let y'all see what it is. Um, but I wanted to do a photo shoot with several different looks and just kind of like have fun because I haven't done visuals in a while. And I've been doing a lot of musical stuff, and because I've had some technical difficulty things, like I had to rearrange how I go about doing the live streams, and so I have been doing some covers and original stuff, playing guitar, which is you know dope to be multi-talented. So it's like when one thing falls short, you could lean somewhere else. Um, and yeah, so this time around, it's not going to be so much based in music, but more so the visuals. So I already came up with the looks that I was going to do. Um, we'll see what all happens today. I'm planning on doing all the looks, but there are some that I want to do. I already did hair and makeup, which I filmed some like short, what do you call it? Short form content. So like it'll probably be on TikTok and shorts and stuff like that, where I give you guys synopsis of how I put the looks and everything together. And and so um so yeah, so I styled the look, I put the set together, which really isn't that difficult. Like it's really just this backdrop that I've been using for a while. It's kind of like my signature at this point in time. And I just had to like clear some stuff out the way and then get the lighting going. Now, the only thing is with the lighting is that usually I'll play around with different colors when because I have like the Philips Hues lights. And with those lights, you can, make it like dim and, have different colors of the rainbow, basically. So because there's like a Wi-Fi issue, basically, because months ago my father passed away. Not sure what my living situation is going to be like right now, but for the time being, might as well be creative, right? And make content and try to build this platform into something. So that's kind of like what I've been doing in the meantime. And yeah, but I figured I did want to play around with different colors for lighting, but being that my situation is what it is right now, I figured I'll add colors in post when I edit some of the pictures. And I don't know if I'm gonna do like visual, maybe, probably it's better to do more content than not. So so yeah, that's what we're gonna do today. And yeah, so and then like I'll just say like a short thing real quick, and then we'll just like get into the photo shoot, because I like usually I can go on and on with a whole TED talk, but I really don't need to. But I will say, for those who are new, welcome, because we have like 14 people in here, 1,000. But and again, if you don't know me from a can of paint, my name's Narisse. I'm a singer, songwriter, guitarist, producer. I make beats, I make music, and I also do visuals as well. I style my looks, I creative direct my photo shoots and film, edit the film and all those things, right? And so this is the first time I'm ever doing a live stream showing you guys the visual side of things. And yeah, but basically, I call this community, this space, the village, because I say it takes a village. Well, they say it takes a village to raise a human, right? And a lot of us might have been a part of villages that we really didn't care for or didn't really nurture us the way that we needed. And so, for those who might feel like outcast or like an alien in the midst of humans, this is a safe space for you, where you can feel seen, heard, and respected, but keep it respectful and keep it cute, because if not, you will be blocked. But for those who really do enjoy being here and value what I have to offer and the creativity, welcome to the village. It's a dope space to be. There's talent here, it's good vibes here. I get into my inspirational TED talk, we crack jokes and have a good time. You guys get to see the creative process of my music. And not only that, but I do like to close out these live streams with a bowl and a prayer. So so yeah, but at the same time, as much as we like to keep it on a holy vibe, I am a creative and I'm a person, and I do, I'm very much a sinner. Um, just like everybody. And I will preface that by saying like the first look is a bit on the sexy side, because it's intentional and there's a reason for that. But there's several different looks that we're going to get into. And so, yeah, so without further ado, I'm just going to get the camera set up, and then we'll start taking some photos. So, and then I have to put on the rest of the look because I have like gloves and stuff to put on. So I'm gonna see you guys like over here. And then, I just gotta like work out the angles and see like what all is what. So yeah. We're gonna move this out the way. She'll be fine. Okay. I think I just let mine off. Okay, we back. I'm just trying to get like the background vibes going, but my internet is being dumb per usual. But in the meantime, I'll show you guys some of the behind the scenes thing that's happening here. So this is my setup. I know it kind of looks a little crazy, but I have my kit up here and I have like extra light going on. I also have this light right here as well. I know you guys can't really see what I'm doing. But you'll see me like take the picture and then like come back. So I think it's probably better for me to position you guys at like an angle where you can see pretty much me doing my thing. And also, okay, hold on. All right, well, shoot, just a lighting test. Okay, it's my first time live streaming a photo shoot, so bear with me. Okay, wait, what's the screen? Oh, I know what's happening here. Okay, there we go. Oh, it looks pretty easy. Like, all right, that looks pretty good. All right, y'all. So this is the first look, which is very sensual and glove. And for those who are interested in the fashion detail, this is Savage. So Rihanna, if you want to make me an ambassador, you know, hey girl. Um, but I really love this piece because it has like, I mean, you can't really see it unless you're close, but it has like the iridescent metallic kind of situation happening, and it's like lacy and all those things. So yeah, we're gonna get into. And then like I have this shawl which I got from Forever 21 years ago. You've probably seen it in several visuals of mine. I've worn it several times in different ways. So yeah, but that's the look. And then also an extra detail. Um, my lips are an exclusive future project that I'm working on. So keep that in mind. Uh, okay, y'all, bear with me. We're getting the musical vibes together. Um, you know, I'll explain it. I'll just explain it now. But basically, so um, I did this modeling class with Coco Rocha. That's probably not how you say her name, but Coco Rocha. She's a supermodel in high fashion. She's been on every way, every magazine. And she was featured on America's Next Top Model as like a guest judge at some point. I can't tell you which season it was, but she was having, she has this model camp that she does, and this was during COVID at the time. So it's usually in person, but she did some online ones. And so I entered in it just because, like, even though like I'm not necessarily pursuing a career in modeling, even though that would be nice, it's something that I considered. But I knew, like, as an artist, visually, it would be an investment just for me to be. I mean, why not learn from the best? And the thing about Coco that's really dope is that she's so versatile. She can be high fashion, she could be avant-garde, she could be like really cool and reserved, she could be androgynous, she can be, very feminine, old Hollywood, like it doesn't matter. Like whatever the theme is, she delivers. And she has this book. I forget exactly what the name of the book is, but she has this like coffee table book of poses. And yeah, I invested in her class. And and I mean it took some time for me to like really get my like style and swag together. And and every now and then, like there's sometimes where like I'll be working out an angle and maybe it's not like, okay, like I like the angle, but maybe where the camera is isn't the best. And so, and it's interesting because for me, from my perspective, it's like I'm modeling and I'm also my own photographer at the same time. So I have to like set up the camera a certain way and then model it. And of course I have it on like a timer. I mean, I could do the whole like remote thing, which I'll probably do later on. But I work with what I got so far, and so yeah, for me, and how she was teaching was basically like having you have the mindset of modeling and working with the photographer. And sometimes she was like, it's okay to do the same pose several times in different ways, because maybe the first few like takes weren't the best, and because you worked it out a different way, it gives the photographer more to work with, but then also it gives you some variety with that look. So maybe the first few takes of the one pose wasn't really how you wanted it to look, but because you like played around with it and like did different arms and did different facial expressions and stuff like that, it gives you more variety. And so I learned a lot from that. And that was something that I do that was a few years ago. And it's definitely helped because now I feel like more confident and comfortable modeling. And I mean, again, like I'm no expert. I'm not on like any high fashion yet. But I mean, I'm in my own high fashion. That's usually my own inspiration, is to give it like an avant-garde, high fashion kind of a feel, even though it is very like DIY, homemade studio kind of like I'm literally in my room with this, and I just have like this drape. It's very simple. It's like a silk kind of like a drape or a curtain. Anybody could put that together, and that's just been my signature backdrop right now. So yeah, that's kind of what I've been doing. So yeah, that's just a little what do you call it? Insider in terms of like my background, in terms of like me investing myself as a creative, but then also like taking it seriously and improving on the skill. You guys get to see what that's about. So yeah, let me get this music going. I think my computer's finished loading by now. Yeah. Okay, so I got like some lo-fi music in the background. I was gonna play my own music, but I know some of the covers that I've done, like the background, it'll pick up on here is like a copyright thing. So yeah, we're just gonna go with the lo-fi vibes. And now I'm gonna test the lighting on my camera, and then we'll get into it. I think I like that. Okay, so the thing is, I'm wearing gloves, and like going back and forth between like using devices that are touchscreen with gloves is like a thing. But yeah, and then I think I took my glasses off. I gotta test the focus and see. Okay. I did it for the Monday. Actually, I might like this. Okay, my hair. Oh, that looks really good. Oh, I love that. Okay. Oh, goodness, all of these are like fire. Okay. Oh, it's kind of on my face there. Okay, straighten the hair. I don't think I like. I mean, it's not bad though. Okay, I kind of want to play around with the angle a little bit, but I'll take a few more. Mm. Yeah, I think this maybe the camera is a little bit lower. All right, so I'm gonna lower the camera a little bit. Then again, I kind of feel like I'm like obviously on the darker side. Oh, I really like that one. Okay, yeah. Actually, remind me how to pose him. Oh, my hair was in the way. Okay. Or maybe if I do it with that. whatever reason, I keep on doing it like that. I guess it's funny. All right, I'm gonna change it. Oops. Okay, yeah, I don't think I need that there anyway. But actually, I did like the lighting this here, so I'm gonna keep that. Okay. All right, so I'm gonna change my camera angle, and I guess I'll just show you guys that process because I like some of the shots that I have. So I guess I'll show you guys some of them. I don't know if you guys can see it, or maybe if I could turn it this way. Okay. Well, I'm gonna lower the tripod. I'm trying to show y'all like y'all my homegirls. Like y'all my homegirls. Yeah. Which I guess will make sense because you know people be trying to latch on to energies and shit. But you try on it. All right, so I don't know if y'all can see it, but this is some of the. Wait, hold on. I think y'all can see some of it. Okay. My hair was in the way for that one, but I think I really like that take. Okay, this was a better one. My hair was in the way for that one too. Oh, but I do really like these. Yeah. Well, this was a lighting test. So far, I don't know if y'all can see any of them, but I feel like I'm bodying this photo shoot so far. Um, but yeah, I really like these. Okay, so now what I'm gonna do is change the angle because I'm like, I do like these. I don't want to keep filming it at the same angle, so I'm just gonna lower the tripod. No, I guess I'll just show you guys as I do it. Let me just see how it looks. You know, I actually kind of like it too. But yeah, no, it's not quite the angle that I was trying to. And I, ooh, alright, it's kind of low, but I think it's the angle I'm trying to go. I don't want to go away. Yeah, this is good. Yeah, this is good. You know, I think I like the light right here. Let me see. I mean, this still looks good too. I think this is a good shit. It makes it more. The camera looks crooked. I don't look at maybe. All right. I guess some people guys there. Let's see. Let's see if the focus is right. That was pretty good. That angle. I was trying to like race to get these gloves. Okay. It's almost there. The idea is there. Just you know. Okay. Okay. Some of them are okay. I like the photos better. I like the lighting over here. Okay, this is cool. I like your thing, but I just don't like it. Oh, like, why is this shit? And it's not. Okay, there we go. All right. Well, tighten the job. That's all. All right, now let's see. This is good. Okay, that was cool. Okay. So, like, I just feel like I just. Okay, I think I like this. My hair. I do really like that one a lot. Okay. All right, let me try it. Okay. Okay. It's like almost there. Mm. Actually, back this camera. That far. I'm making this. Oh no. Okay, you can't see. so that we can see the light in. So now I check and see if I got the footage I was looking for. These are some really good things. Oh, that's really gorgeous. Yes, it's giving fashion. It's giving sexy but elegant and classy. It's giving taste. It's so way to go, man. Don't be dumb. Don't be in my comment section being dumb. Okay? And granted, I understand, you know, society isn't mature enough to, appreciate women that embrace their sensuality without making it like a toxic, doing it for the male gaze type of thing. And, but then again, there's literally the Victoria's Secrets show, you know, and people go and perform and it's showcasing lingerie in a classy way. And there's high fashion, and that's what I give. So, you know, but shout out to the people that can see that and appreciate that for the artistry, because this is purely art for me. Damn, that strand of hair. So I was like, those are some really good takes. Oh yeah, this looks really good. It's like those extra strands of hair. And they're just like random, but gorgeous nonetheless. Yeah, these are really good. I feel like I like so many of them, I don't know. Um, I'm gonna narrow this down. And you guys will get to see when I post them. Oh, focus wasn't the best. But these are still good though. Okay. There's a lot here. Oh, this one looks really good. For a picture like this? Oh damn. I might have to do that again. Oh no, I think I did that. I think I did that pose. Maybe. I think in the beginning I probably did that pose. Oh man, I really like this one. It's the first frame. Wow. Damn, that was really good. For the first frame? Wow. Hair was perfect. Only thing was the lighting, but I feel like I could fix that. Yeah, I really like this picture, but my hair was doing its own thing. Okay, I really like that one. What really sucks sometimes with like photo shoots and like going through the pictures, or when I really love a picture, but my hair is like it's like one strand just like sticking out. And I mean, I guess like I could Photoshop that out, but software be expensive these days. Remember the days when you could just buy software and you just have it and you don't have to keep paying for it every month? Now everything is like monthly subscriptions. So like, and the thing is for me, like I do so many different things. So there's times where it's like, okay, I'm doing something visual, and then now I'm working on something musical. So I don't always need the software at one given time. Like it'd be one thing if I was like videographer and that was just all I did. But because like I do music, I, write the songs, I come up with the melodies, coming up with the harmonies, recording the vocals, arranging the vocals, still writing the song. So sometimes I would like, lay down different parts and then add more vocals to it later on. So like, and I'm getting to a point where it's like I don't want to rush my creative process, but I don't want to rush my creative process. So like, if I feel inclined to like create and make beats, then I'll do that. And if I feel inclined to like write music, then I'll do that. And of course, like I understand I'm in a circumstance where people try to influence different things. Um, but I'm a creative. I do what the fuck I want. And and then of course sometimes things are situational. Like I had been in a streak of like making beats, doing these live streams, and then Wi-Fi was shut off. So I had to like figure out a Wi-Fi situation. And then not only that, but from a perspective where I'm like protecting my devices because I was in this circumstance where my devices were hacked and being broadcasted. And what I do in my life is not people's fucking, you know. I'm a human that deserves privacy just like anybody the fuck else. And, it's tricky when you're going up against the powers that be, you know. But I mean, all while looking this damn good, going up against the powers that be. But yeah, that's the only thing. Like, and I feel like I took a lot of pictures. Like, I took a lot of frames. Okay. Well, we are prepared for moments like this because we have backup. The battery is dead. But we got life. That part. All right, we got one. like right there. Now, okay. All right. I mean, I feel like there's something in here. There's something I can use, but that very first frame was so good. I mean, even this one is really good too. But I was just doing a lighting test. But I think those ones when you're really not just like trying, you're just kind of like going for it, those are usually like the best takes. But sometimes, like, man, it's just a good shot. Man, this is beautiful. And I had already turned the skirt around after then. And I'm like, if I was on, and it's tough because like I'm photographing myself, so I'm trying to like, get the camera right, get to the spot, get the pose, then also make sure my hair is cooperating. And like, there's some really good in here. It's just my hair wasn't being cohesive. But man, ooh, that's a good photo. But I might not care though. I might not care. Yeah, these are really good. Okay. I think I can't distinguish. Well, I'm not gonna say what I'm thinking. I'll just y'all will see when I get together. Yeah. Hi, love. All right, y'all. So I think I think I got enough. I'm kind of tired of this look right now. So I think what I'm gonna do is get into look 2 and go from there. All right, I think there's a lot in here that I really like, so that's a good start. And yeah, I think I could figure something out. So like I gotta edit. I gotta like I think I wanna like color grade it. And normally it would be easy for me because like I would just tweak the lights to the color I would want and then just kind of like change the hue a little bit. But now I have to like really like play with things in post. But that's fine though. If any situation like this presents anything where it's like it puts me in an unfamiliar territory where creativity, it pushes me and I learn something new. So, from there, um, yeah, now I'll get into this other look that I'm gonna do. So, okay, which one was that? Okay. All right, I know what I'm doing. All right, so you guys will go in the corner. Somebody got to put baby in the corner. Um, you know, I think what is that Dirty Dancing reference? So, all right, so you guys will go here for a second until I'm gonna do a and then we'll go into the next look. And then I might tweak my makeup a little bit. Maybe not. I think my makeup is fine for this next look. So I'll be right back, y'all. The musical background. And it shouldn't take me too long to change. Okay. You know what? I didn't want to iron this shirt. Um, we'll go. Like, because I'm not eating. Oh, this is because I'm like, what is this? I feel like you can't even really see all that much thing. Okay. All right, y'all. We got look two. But I'll be right back. I gotta go do something real quick. All right, village, I'm back. I'm back. Now, if you guys are watching through Truman Show cameras, F me. All right, so I just have to like switch up my hair a little bit. So, just give me a second while I do that. This is the second look. I haven't worn this skirt in a while, but this skirt I got from Shein. Top is Savage Fenty. The jacket is Forever 21. Very what do you call it? Like 20s, you know, kind of like young and trendy kind of a vibe. But I'm just working with pieces that I already have and making something new out of it. So so yeah, all right. I just have to do my hair real quick, which shouldn't take long. Okay. I guess you guys can get ready. Hair updo process. I'm kind of looking in the mirror while I'm trying to put this together. I like it too much. We need a double knot. Hey, what's up? What's up, Angie? Hey, you like my hair? I think it looks nice. Trying to get a like a updo kind of a vibe, but it's not like upping the way I need it to. Like I think I need a like a You know what? And I think I'll change the lighting too. One, I need the light right now. Okay. And then for this look, I'm also doing shades. If I do like row feed string. Are those fireworks and celebration of my photo shoot? Yes, I love my videos too. Okay, it's not as high and funny as I want it to be. Okay. I think actually I think I can cut this off. Okay. I just have to finish accessorizing. Oh, that's right. I love to be. Probably not. Well, last look I had gloves, so but that's too much. That's too much to do. Damn, what the fuck is this other? All right, so I got one earring. I'm trying to find the other one. Oh boy, I might have to just change the look. Okay, this doesn't look bad. I like how this looks. Okay. Okay. All right, I think we are good. Actually, I like this lighting for this part. Photoshoot. I'm just gonna change some stuff a little bit. Actually, okay. So I gotta tweak um my eyeshadow a little bit. So you guys are going to watch me do that. I just keep putting balls on this outfit. I'm probably not gonna wear it with that outfit. Okay. Ooh. Because we have like a blue champagne kind of a look going on with this, um, I'm just gonna add some like blue shimmer to my lids here. I'm sure that scoot up in this jaw. Okay. The only thing is like that with this particular look, I have like shades that I was gonna wear, but just in case I might take some pictures outside my shade, I have like a different, somewhat of a different look. It's not super different, but the hair changes. And I think adding a bit of color, like a blue, definitely a different kind of a vibe. Um, Normally I would probably change the lip gloss, but not really. I mean, I don't mind using this one because again, I have a special project in the works when it comes to this color. I'm pretty excited about. Um, but you know, it has to be you're just making sure like other things are in place. Okay, I don't know how I end up doing that. Oh, like that. That's how. Because I'm like, how do I get color in my like inner corner? And I don't. I went deliberately putting the eyeshadow there. Okay, but you know what? Fuck it. I kind of like that look. All right. All right. I think. Is it blue enough, guys? I think it looks good. I like it, and it kind of matches the skirt, which is the point. That was kind of the idea there. You know, everything else is pretty tame, which is fine. I just really want the lids to kind of shine. Like put these up here, and then I switched the earrings for these evil eye ones, and they're like blue and silver, which kind of goes with this look. It wasn't the initial idea. I couldn't find the ones I was gonna do like pearl, but I figured I'd switch it around. So yeah, okay. And then like this halter top. I mean, I don't think it's supposed to be worn this way, but I don't really like to follow anybody's rules. So um I just kind of have it like that. Like so. You know how the gurus be saying, you know, I did my eyeshadow and I applied it like so. Uh Shout out to the makeup gurus. And you know what? Special shout out to the people who are, you know, just vibing out with me and really enjoy the content and, you know, just here for a good time and good vibes. I appreciate you guys. You know, I understand. I'm not even gonna entertain anything other than that. Thank you. Shout out to the village folks. Shout out to the real ones, to the supporters, the ones that are intellectually advanced enough to see through the BS. This is why we do third eye healing sessions at the end of the live streams, waken your senses. Um, you know, it's funny because I have this other Patreon account where I do this whole like spell hunting adventure, which is related to Truman Show shenanigans. And I said something that was like, you know, Angie, my cat, um, my little furry, she is quite intuitive. And I think in more recent years, like as I've been growing spiritually and just growing, not only spiritually, but just growing as a person. Because like I got Angie when I was young and I wasn't really like the best with like taking care of her because like it was my first pet, like aside from like a fish. And and you know, I just like it's a whole thing, you know, especially with her because like her hair grows long and for a long time we like had this issue with like her getting her hair matted and she wouldn't like taking baths. So when I would give her a bath, she would just run away, so comb her. But me not combing her is what would cause a lot of the knots. And I didn't know that. So I finally like got to a point where I like figured my thing out with her. I'm like, look, I know you don't like this, but this is the routine. This is how I could best help you, help me, and yeah. So either way, my point in that is like through the years, I've learned to like take better care of her. And I learned how to take care of her in the way that's best for her. Because not every cat is the same, and some cats like baths, mine does not. And I just had to figure out what worked with her. But as I was growing and like taking better care of her, like I feel like our relationship as you know, friend to animal, because my dad would be like, "Oh, that's your master," and I'm like, "No, I'm not her master. I'm her friend." Even though I feel like he was talking to lyrics when saying that, and I'm like, "No, I'm not her master. That's my baby. That's my friend. That's my, like my confidant, my furry confidant." And I feel like in recent years we've been like super in sync. And every now and then she gets into her snippy moods, but I realized in spell hunting, there's ways that you can manipulate and control animals. That's a whole woo-woo conversation, but we get into that here. So if that's weird for you, I'm sorry. This is what we talk about in the village. But there's ways to, train spiritually, train, animals into like, being loving or attacking and stuff like that. And so with Angie, like, when she was really young, she would always be like very happy. And I'm just like, okay, what can I do to make her not be like this? But then the whole time realizing, like, she's intentionally given to me to be that way. But regardless, in recent years, our relationship has like blossomed into something really beautiful. And I don't know about my cat. So, I understand like there's been certain events along this Lionsgate portal that's been going on. And I'm just like, look, and I get it. I understand when like people are passionate about things they care about. So am I, and I'm very like, please don't play with me because I will wreck you. Like, and I don't want to. That's the thing. Like, I don't want to wreck you. I don't. Like, I really would rather be, my default frequency is like, okay, we all can be in a space of love and healing and elevation. But if you fuck with me, I wouldn't do that, And I guess the circumstances that I happen to like find myself in, one could easily probably say that you probably shouldn't bark up that tree. And I'm like, and the thing is, it's not like I be barking up trees for no reason. It's because people be starting with me. And then like I feel like I defend myself. And in me defending myself, it just so happens that I like, and I wasn't always like that. Like I was very like passive aggressive back in the day. Like the only time I would be aggressive with people is if I was like flirting, with like a guy. But that didn't develop until like my early 20s. But how like sometimes we're like, you could be like playfully like, and like, I don't know. That's kind of how I was back then. But I never really liked conflict. I never liked getting at it, like into it with people. Me today, I kind of don't give a fuck. Like, and especially for me, like when it comes to people I love, and the crazy thing, like I developed that nerve dealing with people who didn't appreciate me the way that I appreciated them, or the relationship wasn't what I thought it was. Like, how sometimes you're in friendships or relationships with people and you realize, oh, I thought we were more friends than you thought we were. Like, or I was more committed to this relationship than you were. And I've been on both sides of that, but I've kind of discovered that in certain deeper relationships, in a way that's very, I don't know, hard to explain. But if my life were anything like the Truman Show and you all watch, you kind of already know. And but when it comes to people that I love, like, like and Aunt Angie, which is my baby, I don't play about them. I don't play about her. And like like especially like in recent years, like in developing that nerve and confidence to like sit for myself, then muster the strength to stand up for people I care about. Like there's just been certain circumstances where like I was just like, I will fight the whole fucking planet over my parents. Like, I will annihilate you over them. And then like, and then there's just been certain moments where certain things have just been revealed to me, and in those relationships where like certain things just weren't the way that I thought it was. And I think I'm gonna choose this lip look. This lip look. Just because, I don't want it to look too much the same as the other one. Maybe like a matte look. But then again, I kind of like this gloss vibe because it kind of goes like this. It's kind of like a patent leather kind of a vibe with the skirt. Like if you see the full like effect right here, so the skirt is kind of like a patent leather situation. It's like asymmetrical, and I have like this light champagne look, and I have this color right here, which I think what brand is this? I forget. It was one of those like dollar store type Johns, but like the color is a vibe. So I don't know. I'm gonna see what it is. Um, but yeah, certain relationships that I wasn't what I thought it was, and then but whatever. That's beside the point. But my Angie baby, the real point that I was really trying to get at, my fur baby and my cat. The more that I've grown spiritually, the more that I've grown in being able to take better care of her. Physically, like, making sure she, eats and is groomed and all those things in a positive way. Because y'all know y'all like to make triple entendres out of shit. And spiritually. And in me growing and evolving spiritually, she's really like become my familiar. Like she's always been my familiar. But like now she like, we really have that kind of a vibe. And Angie is super intuitive. And times where like the vibes are off and she'll let me know. And there's times where like I understand it in real time. And then it'll like what's the word? It'll like reveal itself to me later. And I'm like, this is what Angie was getting at. And the thing is, Angie, she's not a human. She's a cat. But also like cats are usually like intuitive creatures. And they have like those instincts and just like those vibes to connect with nature and all those things. And normally animals are like that. Kind of like how they say like if there's like a tsunami coming and then like animals like flee before humans even recognize what's happening. The animals could feel the vibes. I know there's a more scientific way to describe what's actually happening there, but you get what I'm saying. And so Angie, there's times where Angie will like okay, my point, I had this box in my room. If my life or anything like I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. I had the box in my room for a while. And Angie was scratching this box, a lot. And I thought she was scratching it for one reason. I mean, because she's a cat and like, cats like to scratch things. That's what they do. But, sometimes she'll be like trying to get my attention and show me stuff and be like, girl, like this gotta go. And it was just like certain ways that the letters were positioned on the box. And mind you, when I got the box, there was like I probably should have waited and like got something else. But I feel like, it's kind of hard to try to like, it's difficult to outsmart things constantly being surveillance. It's like, it's one thing where like, say if you're trying to research a thing and to keep in mind of how to purchase, and it's hard to move in silence when it's like your every fucking move is like watched, whether it's like devices that you're on, your phone, who you're talking to, looking up stores. Oh, which store are you going to? Are you thinking about going to the store? Well, if you're thinking about going to this store, we're gonna see what inventory is already over there because we know that you're trying to get this type of a product. Like fucking like get the fuck off my dick type shit. Like, but whatever. In more ways than one. But anyway, I'm like, so you like talking in riddles and shit. Riddle that. The fuck off my dick. But either way, whatever. So like I got it, and on the box, I got this like this file cabinet thing on the box. Like there was like a SKU number that was like a sticker that was like 666 or on it, but it wasn't the actual SKU for that item. So I was like, okay, because I know sometimes people will do that where like, you know, or like energetically, I mean, where, you know, people would try to like put something in there to prevent you from getting a thing, and it might not be anything wrong with the thing, but they'll just put like a label there just to make you like question and second guess yourself, and you know, the whole mind free of it all. And I was just like, man, fuck it, I need this thing. And I know people like, of course, when you're making progress at a thing and you're headed towards a positive direction, there's going to be resistance. But sometimes, and it's just a matter of discernment to figure out whether, okay, maybe I need to be going a different path, or maybe I'm facing this resistance because I'm making the right moves, and I need to be going, I'm going the right way. And of course, if I'm going the right way, there's going to be resistance. So I just need to keep pushing forward. And that's kind of like how my mentality has been through a lot of the times. And there's been sometimes where it was like, okay, maybe I should have pivoted in that circumstance. But it's like, it gets to a point where it's like, all right, well, how many times a bitch will pivot? You know what I mean? Like, it's but so many ways you can pivot. Like, I feel like for me and my situation and the circumstances that I deal with, it's like you pivot this way, there's going to be resistance here. You pivot that way, there's going to be resistance here. So I might as well just keep fucking going. You know what I mean? And so that's just kind of how my mindset is. And I know, like, in certain spaces, you know, and when you're dealing with, like, you know, trying to, like, clear your reputation and speak truth and power to your name. And I say this because, like, I dealt with being doxxed. I dealt with people, like, exposing shit about and spreading rumors or whatever and giving me time. And then it's like when you go to certain spaces and they see you, oh, that's that girl that did so and so, but don't care to hear your perspective. So they have that perspective of you. And but it's like at the same time, it's like I got shit to get done. Like I can't let that shit stop what I have to do. Like, you know, I'm you know what I mean? Like, I can't just let, all right, yeah, sure, fine. I might have to deal with a little bit of opposition in these spaces. I might have to deal with an asshole ringing me up or whatever the case may be. But fuck it. Like, I still got to get the shit I got to, you know what I mean? So, whatever. But, either way, I say all this to say, so that was kind of my mentality when I like purchased this thing. And Angie had been like scratching this box and like I'm just like, girl. And it got to a point where I was just like, I was gonna let it go. And I'm like, look, fine. I have toys for her to scratch, but she doesn't use it a lot. But she kept scratching this box. I'm like, okay, fine, whatever. I'm just gonna let her do her thing. And it took me a while to realize why she was scratching the box. And it was just like certain like lettering and wording and shit like that, and how things were positioned to look a certain way. And I'm like, okay, Angie was looking out. But the thing that's very interesting to me, the thing is very interesting, and my point in saying all of this, right? And then I'm gonna get back to the photo shoot. Is that a cat that don't speak English, but can peep vibes and peep when some shit is off and when some shit is right, when it feels good and when it don't feel good. You know, very simple. It feels good, she purrs, she, you know, she wants the head pats and, you know, whatever. If it ain't right, she'll let me know. It's interesting to me that a cat can peep when something is wrong and when something is right. And so the fact that her, you know, she peeped that something was wrong with this box and whatever lettering, wording, or whatever shit was said on it. And I'm like, okay, cool. And I'm still in the process of like clearing out my house, and like, you know, it's a lot of clutter and all this stuff. So I'm like still working to clear out certain things. But it's like the fact that she intuitively knew like this ain't in alignment with your vibration, Narice, so we need to get rid of it. Is her way of saying that without being a human that speaks English. Energetically, her scratching it constantly and was kinding to me, was letting me know, like, this isn't your frequency, Narice. This isn't your vibe. We need to throw this out. So, okay, cool. It's interesting to me that a cat can pick up on that, but humans can't. You know what I mean? Like, it'd be one thing if, like, if it's in alignment and it like, you know, factual or true or whatever the case may be to my frequency, then maybe it wouldn't like have resonated so much with her. But she even like knows, and if my, like I said, this is a cat that can't read English or speak English. She just knew the vibration here ain't what is it ain't given what needs to be gave. So let's move this. I'm gonna keep scratching it up until you do something. But if you're not gonna do something, I'm gonna do something, because I don't like what this frequency is giving in your space. And I'm like, shout out to Angie, because Angie be knowing. Angie be knowing. And it took me a while to realize like that's her way of communicating with me in that way. And it's very interesting. It's very interesting. And like, look, it's super woo-woo, super like spiritual. You know, if you're into that, whatever. If you're not, oh well, like this is what we kind of get into. But I'm like I said, it's amazing to me that Angie can like peep stuff like that. And you know, and there's other ways that she communicates with me. And you know, and it's very interesting now that I'm able to kind of understand the layer of what's happening energetically on the spiritual realm of things. But I'm like, okay, if Angie could peep that something ain't right with this narrative and with you know, these labels and narratives or whatever the case may be, then it's time for humanity to start catching the fuck up. You know what I mean? I mean, and look, it's very much like that thing where like animals can peep like something ain't right before the humans can. And you know, and the humans are so-called the most intelligent beings. You know, I mean, but at the same time, among the universe, I feel like we can be delayed because there's a lot more that goes on this planet, let alone other solar systems and other galaxies. Now, this is me getting into my nerdy bag, but there's so much that happens on Earth that people are just now waking up to in terms of like spiritual stuff, energy. Like I know there's a lot of people that talk about manifestation and magic and you know, like law of attraction and all that stuff. But I mean, there's a whole deeper level to that. Like I feel like that's very surface level, like, and it's like buzzwords at this point. But there's so much to that when you get into like different books, like the Kabbalion and the Emerald Tablets, and you know, just like understanding energetically, there's so much that's going on here, and understanding that regardless of your spiritual background, you know, like I said before, I said this in another live stream. For me, when it comes to religion, I feel like everybody's religion can coexist. Like if you're a Christian, that can be very real for you. If you're Buddhist, that can be real for you. If you're Hindu, that's real for you. I feel like there's a place for us. Like I see religion like how I see groups of people. Like, okay, you're Indian, you're Asian, well, Asian is Indian, but you get what I'm saying. You know, you're Korean, you're British, and you have your set of traditions. And although our traditions might not be the same, our traditions are very real for us. And we can still coexist in this world. And I don't have to make you believe my or make you follow my traditions, and I don't have to follow your traditions, but we can have a mutual respect for it. And I feel the same thing that happens spiritually. Like I feel like for people who are practice African traditional religions, you know, and petition the Loa or the Orishas, that's very real for them, as well as people who petition Greek gods and goddesses. And you know, although in Christianity they say don't idolize other gods and goddesses and stuff like that, and that's fine, that could be real for you. And but at the same time, Christians often, well, depending on which denomination, but you know, Christians do ask for, you know, send prayers and ask for assistance from the archangels and different canonized saints. Very real for them on the spiritual realm, and all of those things can coexist in the spiritual side, just like how we all coexist in the physical side, and we all have our different cultures and different backgrounds and stuff like that. And I feel like, for me personally, all of it is legit. And if we understand that, we can understand that things on the spiritual realm can affect what happens in the physical. And there's people who are just now getting to a point of recognizing that, let alone what could be happening outside of Earth on different planets. Like there could be like different means of communication, like how humans, we have vocal cords and we have language that we speak and we hear it. And so we speak it out loud and we can hear it because that's how our physical beings function. There's probably creatures out in the universe that don't necessarily hear, but they might communicate what word? Telekinetic, like like telepathically. They might communicate telepathically because their physical might not allow them to vocally speak out loud because we're humans and we have vocal cords. And there might be other beings that don't have vocal cords, but their means of communication is mental. You know what I mean? Like, and plus we see so many species on this planet alone that, you know, there's similarities in terms of like, say, like a human and a cat. 2 eyes, 1 nose, a mouth, ears, but the ears are shaped differently, you know. But instead of like, we have hair that grow on our skin, but certain animals have complete, you know, completely covered in fur, you know. And just like, and then there's dolphins. They live underwater. Some of us can't do that, but we coexist on the same planet though. My point in saying that is just like, there's so much that goes on in our world, as our physical world, as humans on Earth, and there's a lot that goes on spiritually. And I feel like we oftentimes miss out on learning about other spiritual cultures because we're so busy fighting and trying to make other people believe in ours. And I feel like if we can only respect the fact that we can all coexist despite our differences. There's different species in the world. There's different cultures in the world. There's, yes, okay, humans, we're all the same species, but there's even different races and ethnicities. So understanding that, and then we have on Earth creatures that live in high and heated climates and they thrive well there. There's creatures that live in cold climates, and there's creatures that live above water on land, and then some that live underwater. You know, all these things exist on our planet alone. And there's probably, we know there's planets that have like, that are just like straight up gas, and it's not even like a solid, you know. But who's to say that there's like organisms, microorganisms, or even not even microorganisms, maybe like organisms that thrive in that space, but we don't know that. You know what I mean? Anyway, I kind of went on a tangent here, but my main point was that Angie, my cat, my furry feline, my, you know, the realest one in my life right now. You know, even though we don't even speak the same language, we have our own way of communicating. And there's ways where she spiritually is intuitive and looks out for me and lets me know like, this feels good, this doesn't feel good, or this vibe is good for you, this vibe, this alignment with you, and this isn't in alignment with you. Or I like when you pet my head, just not too much though. You know, simple shit. It could be simple shit, or it'd be more like deeper level, intense spiritual things. But it's like, it's real. It's real, and it's interesting to be in a space where like I have that relationship with an animal, with a mammal, a fellow mammal, that has her way of communicating with me, and she can feel the energies and she can feel the vibes. And you know, and again, like I said, in me taking better care of myself spiritually and learning and all, and throughout this journey, I've been learning a lot through her. and how to be a better, friend to her, a better caretaker, and to be able to understand when she tries to communicate with me. Sometimes it doesn't resonate with me right then and there, but I'm like, okay, Angie, what are you trying to tell me? What are you showing me right now? And I might not be able to get it right then and there, but maybe the message might like resonate with me the next day. And I'm like, oh, okay, that's what Angie was trying to say. That's why Angie was reacting that way. And then it'll happen. It'll be like a full circle moment. But I say this to say, maybe as humans, we still got more learning and waking up to do, and even learning from the animals, because they be knowing. Um, yeah, Angie teaches me a lot. There's a lot that I've learned with her in my life. I'm very grateful for Angie, and just how much she has, just like taught me, supported me. Can you believe support from a cat? But really, like that's a really real thing. And it's like certain shit, slick shit that humans be trying to do, and Angie be peeping it. And she's like, nah, we not rocking with that. This is the vibe we on. Fuck what they talking about. We not on that vibe. And she knows it's fugazi. And will recognize that. I don't even know what that is. But I feel like you trying, but you could be funny at a comedy show, not over here. But but yeah. Um but I feel like there was another thing that I was gonna say. No, that was everything. That was everything. That was the main point that I wanted to get at. Was just like, just amazed at how intuitive Angie can be, and how much she helps me, and how much she teaches me, and maybe without even realizing. Kind of like how kids are. How parents say like you learn from being a parent, even though your child might not be like consciously aware, but they're teaching you lessons just by existing, and it's like teaching you patience and teaching you about yourself, and how they pick up on what you do and how influential you can be to a child. And um yeah, I feel like I've learned, not comparing a animal to a child, but I'm just saying like the situation of it, or like just another form of life teaching you something. And yeah, I mean, and children are very um they they're intuitive as well, and oftentimes can teach you a lot too, even without them realizing. Sometimes they'll just say things like flat out, straight up what it is, and you could be trying to like, complicate what a message is, but a kid could tell you straight up, like, this ain't it. I mean, like I feel like I learned that when working at a daycare, and I was grateful for that experience, even though I wasn't like ready, because like, I mean, there was a lot going on in my life. Um, but and I felt I I was patient, but I wasn't like as, what's the word? Not that I wasn't stern. It's just like I wish what I know now I could have applied then. But I did the best that I could, and I felt like I did pretty good given the circumstances. And I was like, I made sure the kids were alive and they were safe, and and I tried to educate them as much as I could, but knowing that, okay, people probably learn in different ways, and there's different ways that you can teach a child based on how they learn. And then also working with different like kids behaviors and stuff like that, like some kids that might be more reserved versus another kid that's more like rambunctious. Like, man, it was a whole thing. But I was grateful for the experience, and for the people who um gave me a chance to even work there. Given the fact that, like, I mean, I was the youngest in my family, and it's not like I like grew up around a lot of kids, or unless I was like in school or whatever, around people that was like the same age as me. But you know, and it's not like I was like always around children. So to like have the opportunity to work there, because it could have been like, you never worked with kids before, so why are you working here? You know, but like I was, you know, given the grace to have a chance to do that. And and it taught me a lot. It taught me a lot. And knowing what I know now, you know, I probably would have been better. But I mean, I wasn't bad though. Like, I mean, I made sure we, you know, and I had people helping me saying like, okay, this kid eats this food. You got to make sure they, you know, they have this allergy. So, and they got to eat at this time. And then, but they got to eat right before nap time. You know, it's a whole thing. But it was a dope experience though. It was a, like an interesting work experience just because it wasn't necessarily something I was ever passionate about. Like I'm passionate about like my music being something that can inspire the next generation. I'm passionate about that. I'm passionate about like my work being something that people younger than me can look up to, be like, damn, she dealt with all of that and still believed in herself and still was tough and still, you know, stood her ground. Shit, if Narisse can do that shit, I know I could do that too. Man, and especially if people are dealing with like bullying or feeling ostracized or feeling like they're not good enough or whatever the case may be. Like I want my life to be something that a younger generation could look at and be like, I mean, obviously, like the room be bullshit because look at what she stands for. Look at the experiences. Look at the actual resume. You know, and yeah, I've like had like shortcomings in my life or whatever the case may be. But I feel like sometimes like your narrative gets twisted in a certain way to fit certain agendas, or if people are like jealous of you, and if you're like a really likable person or whatever the case may be, you know, people will try to like say certain things. And I felt like I dealt with that in like trying to like mend relationships with people that I used to go to school with or whatever. But I like regardless of that, like I'm almost 30 now and I've learned and grown so much just as a person, and even through the toughest of times still being like, okay, I guess you guys are idiots, but I'm gonna be dope anyway. But not like to like put anybody down, because I don't just put people down, you know what I mean? Like most times I really be bigging people up, and then the people that I be bigging up and like showing love to be shady towards me, and then I'm like, oh well, fuck you then. You know, but it's your loss because I'm dope and I know I'm a good person and I know I mean well. And it took me a while to get to that point. It's not like I say that out of being cocky. I say that out of being confident in who I am and knowing that other perspectives of me doesn't shake the truth that I know of myself. And that aspect of who I am and how I navigate this world is what I want to inspire the next generation to be like, wow, this person dealt with like being bullied and all this hate and betrayal from people that they knew, and was ostracized and was made to feel like they were this like awful of a person, knowing that that was bullshit, because there's several experiences of when that just wasn't the case. And she still pushed through and she still cared to make music to make someone like me that's going through something similar feel like my life is worth a shot. Like it's worth still being here. It's worth fighting for my dreams. Like, and I'm worth it. Like I'm worthy of loving myself. Even if other people around me don't love me, even if I'm around people who don't get me or intentionally try to make me feel bad about myself, like I'm worth it. That's what I want my life to be like for people, you know. And of course like fun and like, you know, and good fashion and like, you know, self-expression and all these things. But I mean, and look, this ain't nothing new. Like this is what I talk about on all my live streams. Like, you know what I mean? It's the same message. It's just cooked up a different way. Same recipe, and I really speak to this constantly because I'm true to this. Like, this is really what I'm about. And, and I don't know, the world is just a very interesting place. And I'm definitely not doing all the looks tonight. It's already 12 o'clock. Oh my God. And I mean, I already kind of started late a little bit. Not really, like it was a whole process because like I showered, I was filming content, getting the set ready. I was filming the process of me like putting the set together, doing my hair and makeup for the first look, trying to get the music and the vibe right, and then the angles and all those things. Like that's why like I don't do visuals a whole lot because it's really, and I feel like it's mostly like that because I'm filming in my room. Like if I was in a house of my own, we're in a space that was a little bit bigger where I can have one room that's like my studio and film room where I can like work on music and then do photo shoots and then not have to worry about constantly moving things around. Like, I mean, yeah, sure, moving things around to build the set, but like it's like this room is too multi-functional. Like there's too many functions in this room. It's a bedroom, it's an office, it's a music studio, it's a photo shoot studio, it's a vanity, which I don't even have a vanity. This is literally what I do. I have my mirror set up because this is humble beginnings, right? I got a mirror set up, I got a chair, and I got my makeup, and I just try to make it work. But like it's too many functions in here. And I'm just like grateful for the version of me, grateful to catch up to the version of me that has it all figured out, that has the house and the home and the safe environment and the creative haven where I can, oh, I'm gonna go to my studio room, or this my meditation room, this my bedroom, this is my office, like and like all those things are organized, and like I don't have to worry about like moving the bedroom things to make space for the photos, and or like moving the music recording things so I can make space to like it's so many things. It's so many things in here. And the room kind of looks like wild. But I mean, like I kind of like how I have it set up though. Like I changed it around, just even though it's not like too different, but I changed like where my bed was. And I kind of had this idea, like, because I used to film over here a while ago, and I haven't in a while, and I was like, I felt like this was the best place to like film because it's more space versus when I was working on the wall like across my room. And I mean, it was cool working over here when I had the bookshelf there and I was doing content for YouTube, when I was initially doing like my House of Divinity like YouTube channel where I was like recording for what do you call it? I was doing like reviews, like mostly like pop culture stuff, but I was doing like album reviews, film reviews. I was talking about like the award shows and stuff like that, like culture things. And like I liked the setup that I had using my bookshelf as a backdrop. It was like it was a cool aesthetic. I liked how that looked. But for the like drapery aesthetic backdrop, it just was like kind of like crunched up over here, and I felt like I couldn't really get into the angles the way I wanted to. So I was like, okay, I want to move my like set back over here, and so I did that. So yeah, now like I should probably get back into like getting these pictures done just a bit. But yeah, like that was, I mean, y'all know how I can be. Y'all know how I get into these tangents. But yeah, I'm just out here trying to be great and show other people that they could be great too. That's all. That's all. Shout out to the people who get that reference. But really though, like I really just try to be great, as great as I can be, given the circumstances and the everyday things that I deal with, and try to make the best of it and learn what I can learn and really just see everything as like a learning thing. Like, okay, every blessing, well, for one, blessings can be lessons too, but everything's lessons. But if it ain't a blessing, it's a lesson, and I'm learning something, and I'm growing, evolving. Long as I choose to see the world with that mentality, you could go through the toughest things in life and choose to see it from a perspective like, oh my God, my life is in shambles. I don't know how I'm gonna get through this. I mean, look, it be some shit like that. It do. Like, and I'm not, trying to discredit anything that other people are going through. Like, I mean, there's humans watching this. First of all, shout out to the people that's taking time out they left to watch my live stream. I appreciate you. Either they watch through the Truman Show cameras, like, y'all take the time to watch me, because I mean, it's entertaining and fun over here. But no, really, like the people who really, you know, watch on my channel, thank you. And I know that you are a human being, and you probably go through things in your life, and you probably have certain challenges that you face and certain adversities, whether it be in like, friend groups or workspaces, or maybe you might struggle with relationships and, in friendships or whatever the case may be. Um, and, I mean, and I don't want to discredit anybody's experience, but my point is like, you know, if you're going through rough times, whatever that looks like for you, whether it's like you stressed about your job, you might have lost the job, or you was working a job and then you took a pay cut, or whatever the case may be, whatever the situation, or you might be having a hard time with some family members or a friend, or you feel like there's a situation that blew out of proportion and you feel misunderstood and you feel like you didn't get the opportunity to explain yourself, or whatever that can be. Like, there's always a lesson in there. Even the most like traumatic, wildest situations where it's like, oh no, this is bad. Like, oh, this is wild. But yes, things can be that, like, whatever that looks like in your own life. But in the wildest of times, usually like the biggest lessons, especially like the biggest mistakes. Like I said, like for me, even though upon discovery, realizing that there's been certain things in my life intentionally influencing certain things, into manifesting. But there was a moment in my with one of my first businesses, the root supply, and the lesson with that was integrity. That was like, and I had known the word, I've heard it before, and I'd like to think that before then I was a was like moved in integrity. I just wasn't conscious of it. I wasn't conscious of how important it was, because I never had an issue with that, or at least not presented to me, obviously. But for the most part, I had lived my life, had many friendships, many friend groups, in situations where I felt like I operated from a space of integrity. And, I might have made mistakes here and there, whatever the case may be, but because I was someone that would put myself of going out of my way to not stir up controversy or conflict between people, and I would be very passive aggressive of that. I I tried my best to not put myself in situations where my integrity would be in question. But that particular job, or business, that was that thing. And because of that, as like rough as that experience was, like, to make mistakes on a spiritual journey is like the craziest of things, especially when you're learning. And like, and people always say the things about like, oh, you don't want to play with that voodoo stuff. I mean, yes, it can be scary when you don't know what the fuck is going on, and of course you don't want to, you rather not put yourself in like those circumstances, you know. However, it taught me a valuable lesson. And I'm very, nowadays I'm very adamant about making sure I do things with integrity, even if it's the simplest shit. Even if it's the simplest thing, like for example, my dad had a BJ's membership card, and I think they have forgot to scan the Lowry. He got like a large Lowry's seasoned salt, and they forgot to scan it, or he forgot to scan it. I forget how it happened, but he ended up not paying for it. And he was just like, oh, well, it's fine, whatever. And it, it didn't sit right with me. I don't know if it was my purchase or his purchase. I forget what it was. It didn't sit right with me. I didn't like it. So I remember, no, I think it was his purchase. But I remember going to BJ's and purchasing something, and I purchased a whole new Lawry's seasoned salt and threw out the one that he had, even though nothing was wrong. Like the salt was fine, physically it was fine, but I threw it out just because it was unpaid for, and it didn't sit right with me. It was bothering me, and I was like, we're not about to have stolen items here. Like, no. And I never told anybody about that, but if my life were anything like the Truman Show, maybe somebody might have seen that. But I was just like, yeah, no, I'm gonna swap this. And like throughout the whole thing, and just replaced it with a new one that I purchased. Because I just didn't want the energy of something that wasn't purchased fairly. Even if he didn't care about it, even if he was like, like, just because I had already been through so much slander and attack from the mistake that I made from my business, that I just didn't even want energetically that vibe. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I mean when I say, like, those situations taught me such lessons, to a point where it's like, I don't play about integrity now, you know? And those situations that I've been through, as awful as it was to go through, it taught me that lesson. And then there was another point. There's one more point that I want to say before I get back to this photo shoot. I was thinking about this the other day when it comes to like spirituality and stuff like that. And it can be, I say this for anybody that's ever dealt with like spiritual warfare, or maybe you've gone through spiritual warfare, or maybe or maybe you haven't, and it's just better to know this than to not. Like, for example, I would ask this, but I don't know how like honest the response would be. But if you're someone that believes in witchcraft and believes in like spiritual attack and like people putting curses and roots on you and stuff like that, if you're somebody that believes in that, and say like you might not be as experienced, would you be like scared or intimidated by somebody that practices that? And say if you're someone that doesn't believe in that, and say if but that there's skilled witches and priestesses and practitioners in the world, and even if there's people who like say they don't believe in the superstitions and stuff like that, but they know, like, if they had seen or heard of or was made to know that a witch was putting like roots on them, they'd probably be scared and intimidated. Like regular muggle folks, or just like regular civilians, people who don't dabble in that stuff. For me, in my like whole journey, just because like I had worked with people who were like familiar with witchcraft, I've seen it, dealt with it, or whatever the case may be. And it's something that I said in my other live stream, like, and I kind of mentioned earlier, where it's like, maybe you shouldn't bark up those trees, But however, for me, like how I look at life at this point is that, for one, God has gotten me through so much. So much, like a lot where I felt like I was on my own and I was by myself and I didn't know enough, and it was just things coming from different directions, things happening spiritually that I just didn't know. And somehow, some way, I was able to pick up enough and learn enough to defend myself and fight back in certain circumstances. And my mentality in that is, one, there's nothing that, how do I want to say this? I said this in another live stream. My approach to that, even in situations where I might be outnumbered by people who are more skilled or knowledgeable than me, or whatever the case may be, I see it as, there's nothing that they know that I can't learn from myself. You know what I mean? Because I see it as, even if it seems scary, like, oh my God, witches are putting roots on me, they're doing black magic on me. For me, it's just like, okay, witch or no witch, you're a human. You know, witch or warlock, you're a human. Even if you are powerful enough to harness the weather, yeah, that can seem very intimidating, because that should be real too. Like, you know, which know how to influence the weather. Yeah, that's crazy. However, my way of looking at situations like that is that the difference between a regular person and someone who practices that is knowledge, for the most part. I mean, there's other things, there's other nuanced, you know, semantic thing that you can get into, like, oh, but they had this background and they have, you know, like a family that could teach them, you know, and this tradition. Sure. But all in all, the difference is knowledge. More so knowledge than it is power. Because we all have that power. Now, our strengths within those powers might be different. Whereas somebody might be more, you know, eminent with herbalism. Someone might be more in alignment with the elements, like water and stuff like that. Some people might, they bag might be candle magic, or somebody's thing might be prayers. I mean, you know, they say if you got a praying grandma, you good, you know, but you can say those same prayers and speak over your life and speak positivity and protection and love and abundance and prosperity and success and happiness and good health and resilience and persistence over your life, you know. And but it's really, the thing is knowledge. And I realized, like, I mean, and there could be other things too, like courage and bravery and you know, the willingness to want to learn. But for the most part, it's a matter of knowledge and experience, you know. And I look at situations like, okay, this shit looks crazy. Spiritual warfare is not like, you know, it's not like just a walk in a park. It is a lot to deal with for anybody, whether you're Christian and, you know, or whatever the case may be. And, you know, they say, oh, the devil is trying me, whatever that is on the spiritual front. It can be a lot, but it's, to me, it's just a matter of knowledge of power, because again, we all have that power. And what I was saying earlier about like being aware of the spiritual realm and just, you know, the differences that we are as species, but how, you know, my cat can be intuitive, be communicating with me on a spiritual level. You know, it's a matter of having that knowledge to be able to pick up, okay, this is a spiritual message, or my Angie's just hungry right now. You know what I mean? It's to have that discernment, but it's the knowledge and the experience, you know. And I feel like even the most powerful, you know, spiritualists in the world that, like, I know how to harness the weather and work with spirit deities and demons and all those things that seem very terrifying and scary. And it can be, and I'm not saying that it's not, but I say that just for anybody that might be dealing with that, you know, because I mean, I know I'm not alone in that experience. It seems unique, but there's regular people that deal with spiritual warfare and don't realize it, or maybe they start to realize it, but they don't know how to protect themselves, or whatever the case may be. But just know that the difference between you and that is just knowledge and power, because you have that power within you. It's just a matter of waking it up and recognizing and knowing that I am powerful. I'm powerful. And to be able to say that and say it confidently and not waver and not doubt it, and know, like, yeah, I know I'm powerful. As petite and little as this human vessel is, I got a big spirit though. My spirit is powerful. Why so many people be on me though? Because they know that. It wouldn't need to take half the globe to if it weren't facts. If the power and the energy and just how I show up in the world wasn't what it was. But the thing is, so are you. Even though right now it says like five folks are watching, maybe 500, who knows? You're powerful too. I don't know if you needed to hear that. I don't know. There might be somebody on here that might have doubted that. You're powerful. It's just a matter of stepping into it and knowing, okay, where does my power lie? What am I at? Maybe I'm powerful with understanding, science and then translating that into spiritualism, or maybe you're powerful with, certain universal laws, whatever that is, or maybe your thing is you're powerful when it comes to offense. Like, like if somebody trying to start with you, you could stand your ground and you could buck back, or your power is within your defense, and you know how to protect yourself. You know how to prevent situations from going awry. You know how to de-escalate a situation. But we all have our powers, and it makes me think of. Oh, I don't know if I want to get into this. I don't know if I want to get into it. Not that I'm like scared to talk, because I fear no evil at this point, but I just don't want it to stir up some shit that. Okay, I'll say this, but I'll explain it in a way where I'm not naming names. If you could figure out what it is or who it is, then all right, cool, whatever. But I ain't saying no names. How that song go? Or R&B Money podcast? I ain't saying no names. I ain't saying no names. All right, I'll say this though, and then this really concludes the point that I'm trying to make. I mean, I already made my point. I'm just preferencing it. Preferencing it. That's a word, right? With another example. So there is an artist in the music industry who is very famous. And there was someone who was employed by this artist once upon a time. And I mean, I forget the details exactly on how it started, but essentially they stopped working for this artist. And they went through this whole experience of feeling like, or being surveillanced by this artist, like the artist was stealing their intellectual property, copying their work, giving them a hard time in terms of like them trying to seek employment in other places. And because this artist is, famous and powerful, they can have connections to pretty much anybody and say like, hey, don't work with this person. And the person that worked for them isn't as big and famous as them, so they don't have that reach and that power. And so going through all these like weird occurrences, like stuff like spiritual stuff was happening. She was, or they was explaining like there was like a whole thing happening with like a animal that was like flipping out. Weird things were happening like just in their life, and so they was seeking legal help for this situation. And basically the main were saying in their documents was like, this person is doing like extreme black magic on me and this and that. And so, and And in some situations, like people could just laugh it off and be like, oh, this person's crazy. You know, like, and look, I'm not, and if anybody just happens to know what the fuck I'm talking about, look, I'm not, this is not my opinion, and this is my perspective. I don't want no fucking smoke. Okay? Look, like I said, like I ain't scared of nobody, but I'm trying to like reduce the problems in my life. You know what I mean? I'm just gonna let certain shit go. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm gonna stick up for myself when people come for me. But I'm not saying this to come for anybody. I'm just using this purely as an example. You can believe it, you ain't gotta believe it, whatever. But this person was dealing with this stuff, and they're seeking for legal help. They just kept saying, like, you know, this person's doing black magic on me. And it's like, there's not really laws, or maybe there is. Maybe there isn't, I don't know. But like for what they were trying to like say, it's like people could look at it like a joke. You know what I mean? Like, oh, you want me to lock this person up because they're doing magic on you? Where's the evidence? You know what I mean? Type of thing. And someone in the comment section said something very like, they eloquently said it. And they were like, you know, and just how like the tone of the video was just like, okay, person seems kind of crazy, but there's multiple people reporting the same thing, and maybe this person has a point, but it's like, okay, but what can anybody really do about this, like on a legal front, you know? And someone in the comments was saying, like, you know, based on my tradition and where I come from, and things that I've seen with my people and culture, it seems as though she's seeking, you know, physical help for a spiritual problem, or something along the lines like that. And I was like, damn, this was worded very well. And I was like, I feel like whatever the things that she was explaining was happening to her. Now I don't know if it was that person that she was accusing was really the person responsible, or, you know, really the one who, I don't know. I don't know those things. But I knew the things that she was explaining of the things that she's been through are things that I've seen before in my own experiences, or like research and hearing of other people's experiences. So it's not far-fetched that those things can happen, you know, if you're aware of those things and you're in tune with that space in that conversation of the woo-woo side of the world, right? And I was like, oh no, she probably telling the truth. It's just, you know, it's a situation where you have someone that's not as spiritually in tune, having spiritual problems, dealing with spiritual warfare, and not really knowing where to go, and not knowing the tools and how to protect themselves, you know. And this is why I talk about this stuff on here, because there's probably people who deal with this and don't know what it is, you know. And they were saying, like, you know, that you know, and bugs would like show up and stuff like that. Their pet was behaving really weird, and just like random stuff, like, you know, just random craziness. And to anybody, you know, and it's funny, actually, another point, another example, when I'll say the names on this one because they the one that put it out there. When Ray J did his video online, I think he went live on Instagram a while ago, and was basically exposing the fact that Chris was the one that made him sign a contract with Kim to release the sex tape that they had. It was that it was a business deal. Her mom knew about it from the beginning. It's not like it was a situation where it was like private and then it was leaked. It was like, no, it was a planned and orchestrated thing. And when he was on live explaining it, you know, a bug showed up in the video, and he was like, "Oh, see, this they energy and this and that." And people in the comments was like, you know, kind of basically like, "Oh, he tweaking, he crazy." But that should be real. That should be real. That's how you know, like, on a thing, when stuff like that happens, it's a spiritual thing or energetic thing manifesting in the physical. And just like how you have like positive and good omens, just like there's negative omens. You know, like, say if you see a lot of butterflies, usually that's a positive omen. And, you know, and things that resonate with you as positive. And then there's certain things that you know, if you see like a lot of crows or something like that. Or but some people, those could be a positive. So like I said, it really depends on how it resonates with you, you know, because some people fuck with crows and they like crows, you know, and some people like might be weirded out by that. But whatever energy resonates is usually something on the spiritual manifesting in the physical, in a omen or in a sign, through the bugs and the animals and just like things that you see, even through weather, you know. And so I say this to say the spiritual shit be real. And these people in these big spaces and these, you know, bigger celebrities and stuff, they know those things, you know, they're aware of those things and they use those things. And I say this to say, even if you're a regular person, you got a regular job, you probably got, some of your coworkers might know a thing or two, you know what I mean? But I say this to say, like, don't ignore it and know that there's ways to protect yourself in this world. And like, I might be the messenger that you want to hear that from, but I'm going to say it because it's a real thing and people should know how to protect themselves, because it's like, and I'm very passionate about that just because I was watching The Matrix, which, I mean, my company is named NeoMac. It's in, well, not in honor, well, it is in a way, but I was inspired by the movie. And well, the movie and like neo soul music, you know. Um, but something that Morpheus says to Neo in the movie is, "You're a slave to a prison that you can't see, feel, or touch," and which is essentially the Matrix. Like, you don't know that you're in the Matrix because it's a what did he say? It's a neurological simulation for your mind. You don't know that you sitting up in a pod somewhere and your mind's plugged up and you're living a simulation. You're just thinking this is reality, you know. And the same thing kind of goes for like the spiritual realm of things, where it's like there's certain situations that might be happening on the physical. You might be thinking like, yo, this situation is crazy, but whole time it's spiritual influences that's happening and it's transpiring and manifesting in the physical. And if you don't have that knowledge, that awareness, like, oh yeah, things in the spiritual can affect the mental. You know, some people just live in this world and just think like everything is a physical thing. Like physically see is just what it is. And that's not always the case. Like, you can, I mean, there's ways that you can like manipulate energy and it doesn't make any logical sense. It doesn't make any logical sense. And it's just like, you know, certain things that just happen. And a positive example of this, because you know, I don't want it to always to be like a scary thing. Um, a positive example is something that Tabitha Brown, she talked about, where like she had a really strong relationship with her mom, and she was saying how her mom, um I don't know if her mom was like sick or something like that, it, or what the situation was, but her mom was telling her that she felt like when Tabitha Brown's grandmother passed away, she'll make her presence known by locals for her mom. And so her mom and her made a bet, or like a pact. She was like, well, I'll double it too. She was like, so you know, when she passes away, that she'll leave Tabitha dimes. And so there were several times where like dimes would randomly show up. Like, it was one time where she said in her bed, and her husband was like, yo, what is this? Why you put dimes in the bed? And they were like, or I think she said they went on vacation and they came home and then there was a bunch of dimes in the bed. And she was like, and he was like, why did you leave dimes in the bed before we left? And she was like, I didn't do that. And then there was another time where there was like a bunch of dimes in their shower. And you know, and so like in Tabitha Brown, if you follow her, she's very much into like the spiritual side of things. I feel like she's the more like wholesome, positive, like, you know, thing. She doesn't talk too much about like witchcraft, but she has the eye or the ability to see and hear things on the spiritual realm. Um And and I think that's a positive example of how logically it didn't make any sense. But if you have an understanding of the spiritual, you know that there's things that can happen spiritually on a positive, where certain omens and signs will show up, and that could be the spiritual something on the spirit communicating with you. And so I say this to say, like, world is very real. It's very real. And and specifically for people who might be dealing with like the lower vibrational things of it, like, just know that it doesn't have to be the end all be all. Like, like, I know there's a lot of horror movies and stuff like that that'll make you think like, oh my God, there's no way out of this. This is terrible. But for me, I guess because I'm like, I actively and willingly was, okay with being in a spiritual journey. I was like, okay, there's some little tricks that's happening over here. And basically, whoever just happens to know a little bit more than I do. So it's just a matter of studying. It's just a matter of like, okay. And so, and really understanding like, okay, this right here is the basically the law of abundance, if you've read the Kabbalion. Or this right here is the law of polarity. That's how that was able to work like that. And for me, I like to understand a thing. Like, there's some people who are just really skilled at something and maybe don't understand the science behind it, the science of the magic, and really just know that they're powerful to make shit happen. And for me, I like to understand how things work, even if it might not make sense technically, scientifically. But I know that there's a connection scientifically and spirit and like spiritually, because things can happen on the spiritual realm and affect the the physical. But the thing is, it's just a matter of understanding what's happening at what plane. So, like, understanding that something's happening on the spiritual plane, it can affect our physical reality where us humans are. And then there's things that can happen on the spiritual plane that affects things that's happening all the way down to quantum physics, and affecting atoms and those different molecules and stuff like that. And even though technically scientists are the ones who pay attention to those things, if you have a spiritual understanding, you might be able to see how things work in that way too. It makes me think of like Teresa Caputo, a friend of mine from like years ago was really into her content, and like, her doing readings for people and stuff like that. And there's been like, and she would do like, I think there was one episode of her show. I didn't watch the whole thing, but I remember seeing where she had like somebody do like a brain scan on her while she was like doing a reading for someone. And so like and I think it's dope to do where you incorporate the science, and and whoever's doing those type of reports are open-minded enough to be like, all right, well, let's do a brain scan and see what this is about, you know rather than just like completing it off. But anyway, I can go on and on about this. We're on like hour 3. Oh my goodness. I'm supposed to be having a photo shoot and I'm talking about spirituality and quantum physics, because that's very on brand for me. I mean, it wouldn't be me if that weren't the case. But yeah, so yeah, but the thing is, the spiritual world is real, and there's ways to protect yourself. But the first is like acknowledge that it's a thing. And some people might be dealing with things in life and don't know what the cause of it is, and it could very much be something happening on spiritual. But it's just a matter of like learning and educating yourself in that. And then in educating yourself, you start to learn ways to either like have it work in your favor, protect yourself, manifest things in life, and be able to, I don't know, live in this world some way somehow. I mean, I'm still trying to figure it out myself. I ain't got an answer, but I mean, I feel like I've learned a lot in my journey thus far, and I've definitely faced a lot of things where most people would be like, they'd have checked out a long time ago. But somehow, some way, I just felt the nerve to keep going. and I don't know, I just have a resilient spirit. And again, like for me, it's just a matter of knowledge. It's just like, okay, I know I'm not the most powerful person, but I'm powerful. And I know other people who are powerful and maybe use their power against me. It's just a matter of the fact that you might have more resources than me and whatever, but I know there's nothing that you know that I can't figure out and know myself, or like, or figure out how to maneuver it in my own way, you know. And that's just how I choose to look at it. And like, you know, okay, sure, there might be the most scary, powerful witches in the world. Oh my God, they got all these magic, the voodoo magic, the voodoo dolls, and the, you know, they can influence the weather and shit. You know, it's the craziest things. Oh my God, oh my God. But I'm like, okay, you you know how to do that because there's something you know, and you tap into that knowledge when you do it. So I just got to figure out what you know, and you know, and not that, and maybe it might not work exactly the same for me. Maybe things might be different because I'm an Aquarius and I'm an air sign, and you know, and based on my birth chart, certain elements resonate with me more than others, like, you know, stuff like that. Fine, okay, sure. But for the most part, I'm like, for me, it's really just a matter of knowledge and experience. And, you know, all right, okay, I understand. And me, I just like to understand how things work to a like scientifical, spiritual level. But anyway, that's beside the point. All right, y'all. Look, I done put this outfit on. This lipstick is still on though, even though it looks very similar to what I already had. It's supposed to be matte, but I had a gloss on, so I mean, I think it just blended what was already there. But I'm not mad at it though. I like the color. It's like, it's pink. It's, you know, it's pink. It's cute. It does what it do. Um, yeah. So yeah. Let's take these pictures, because I already had it. I already knew that I probably wasn't gonna like do all the looks today, but however, I did want to get started this weekend. And full moon. It's gonna be a full moon in Aquarius, which is my sign, the best sign to be. Um, so I was like, you know, I want to be creative. So yeah, here we are being creative, because I had been in my like IT hacker bag, and for these last few days just trying to get this computer shit together, and it's like I'm learning a lot, but not because motherfuckers is still in my shit. So it's kind of like that moment where Neo in the Matrix is like fighting the agents on the rooftop, and they're trying to like save Morpheus, and he did the whole like lean back thing, right? The Matrix move, right? And Trinity's like, how'd you move so fast? You move like them. Never seen anybody move that fast. And he was like, I mean, not fast enough because they still got me just a little bit. And I'm feeling like that. I'm like, and I'm proud of my progress in terms of like how much I'm learning about computers, and you know, like operating systems and how to go about using it in different types, and like what's compatible with it, and you know, different software, and how to like be protected on the web, and you know, like, okay, I'm learning a lot, but it's like these motherfuckers are still on my shit. So quite not quite enough. But I'm like, okay, I did a little matrix move as much as I can, you know. Anyway, all right, y'all. So so let's get back into the photos. You know, I had to take my super deep philosophical spiritual intermission. Now let's get back to the fabulosity of it all. And that's why y'all love me. I mean, who doesn't love a girl that can get into her spiritual philosophical bag and then also like slay these looks at the same time? Like, come on, like, we're so much fun. Anyway, all right, let me move some of this stuff around. And yeah, I think I like this lighting. I think I want this particular look to be a little bit on the brighter side. On Mr. Bright Side. Okay, I've been like wanting to get this eyeshadow off my finger, and ooh. All right, that's the TED talk for the night. That's the TED talk for the night, y'all. Okay, don't expect any more TED talks out of me. That's it. I mean, maybe later, maybe in the day, but my TED talk tonight was a lot. I got some like hairs left over from the last time. That's a picture. Funny. All right. I just want to like higher, like almost see the right. I can top of my head. Okay. The ruler. Yeah. All right. I think my plan. There we go. That feels better. Okay. All right, y'all. All right, so now I'm going to set up my camera. So I'm going to fix my tripod. That was it that hard before? No, it has to be hard. But I feel like this might be like. All right, I might work that for now. You alright? Mm. Ooh, I like that. I like that. Okay, first take. Oh, I like that one right here. That actually wasn't as bad as I thought it was gonna be. No, it's not giving what I was trying to do. Okay. Nope. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, movement photos can be a challenge, but it's okay. Sometimes they work. Ooh, I like that. Okay. Okay, it was like almost there. But okay, I like that. Oh, almost. Okay, I do like that. Oh, I kind of like that one. These images come out really good. Oh, wow, thank you. Alright, sure. If that's the case, we're prepared. The walking back home is probably annoying, but it's fine. Actually, I feel like I'm gonna stay. a little bit more. I kind of like that one. My face is so. Okay. You know what? This should be annoying. Shit. Okay, some music and I'm gonna feel once. I'll switch it up, but whatever. Read along this. Like I know shit was hurt inside. This angle wasn't what I needed it to be. That actually has nothing right. But I know what I need. Just go with it. Okay. Yeah, I don't like that one. These strings are going quick. It's not only do I look like this, it doesn't. My hair isn't the way I want it to. Alright, let me look at some of these. Take these fucking shoes off. Oh, I really like that one. Oh, this one was cute too. I like that one. My legs are like my mom. And I might. Okay, I like that one too. Alright, there's a few looks in here. Yeah, I like that one. Yeah, that first one was really good. I really like this one. Yeah, that was like the first tape. I like that one too. Okay. Yeah, I was trying to be like more adventurous with some of the poses. But I feel like just how this like skirt is made and like I'm not crazy about denim on me. Then again, I feel like if this was like a silhouette was a little different, I might like it more. Like if it were more fitted. But this is like a looser fit. And so that's kind of why I was doing like a little bit of off the shoulders. Well, that's part of the reason. And plus like how I wanted to style this was a little off the shoulder. But I feel like once I kind of like simplify, you know, and I feel like it's the heels too. Ooh, my feet are hanging off the edge. Woo! Not hanging off the edge. Don't push my toes because they close to the edge. Ah, that's funny. All right, there's some good photos. Or we like this one or that one. Yeah, my hair's in the way that one, but this one was really good. Okay, there's a few here. There's a few in here that are like I can work with these. And I didn't take a whole lot of pictures, honestly. I think the first one I took like double the pictures because I really like this outfit. The first one. This one, like I like the fit, but I was unsure of like exactly how I was gonna model it. But wow, I'm looking really good in some of these pictures. But I'm not crazy about this skirt. I like that it's asymmetrical, and wore this in the Just Wanna video. Well, both pieces were in the Just Wanna video, the jacket and the skirt. But I was like, fuck it, we're just gonna repurpose it. Yeah, I like the updo look for this. And some of the poses where you're able to see the ponytail. I was like, bitch, if I gotta tilt my head forward so the bitch can see the ponytail, then so be it. But I like that the blue eyeshadow is visible too. Oh damn, I was gonna take pictures with the glasses too. Oh, I still don't feel like doing that. But you know what? That might add some energy that could make some of this. Ah, fuck it. Why not? It's better to do it and not like it than to potentially have liked what could have been had I done it. Like shit. So fuck it. All right, we're gonna do it. All right. To the salon. But where are those? Can't be too far. Oh. All right, y'all. We got the glasses. Is it giving? Is it giving anything? Oh, I feel like it is. And the thing was, I knew that I was gonna do glasses with this look, but I was like, damn, does it even matter if I change my eyeshadow because I know I'm gonna take pictures with the sunglasses. But thank God I did. Thank God I did change my eyeshadow because you can see it. Then again, I do have the lights in here pretty bright intentionally, so yeah, you can definitely see the eyeshadow. And you know what? I don't know if I want to do another angle. I feel like, oh, okay. I think I like this angle. And now I kind of have an idea of how I should be posing. Because, yeah. All right. All right, let's do it. All right, we doing it with the shades, darling. The shades. And these shoes with my toes is hanging off to the edge. You can't really see it. So that's really all that fucking matters. All right. Ooh, I feel like these photos is gonna be fire. Because I'm doing now. Oh, yes. Out the gate. Oh, I like it. Actually, I need to try to see a little bit tighter. Ooh, best. Okay, fine. This I'll try to fix it here. More up. Is this the picture? Oh, it's one of them. Oh, that was pretty good, but that wasn't what I needed it to be. Like, it's too much for me to try to fucking get his hair together. Okay, you know what? Actually, I think I like that one. I'll let it go. Let it go. Well, I think I like that one. Well, no, because I'm like, what is that came out? Ooh, okay, I like that one. It's fucking strange thing I'm wearing. Oh, but actually, that one's cute. Okay, I like that one. All right. Okay, this ponytail is looking crazy. Yeah. Okay, this might be better. We'll see. Yes, this is the look that I'm trying to go for. Oh yeah, that's cute. Okay, I like that. All right, these pictures are coming out better. Sure. Oh, and made it on time for the show. And it was cute. I just had to move that strand of hair. Let me see. Let's see what it's giving. All right, I'm taking it out. Actually, let me take a sip of water first. Child, to these. Okay. Fabulous as these shades are. Thank you for the text right off TikTok. Ooh, well, I like that one. I like that for my old leg. Yeah, this was before I fixed my hair. Okay, there were some good ones in here. Hey, Angie. Yeah, okay, it's good. Actually, I really like this one. It looks like I work out. I'm like, my legs look really strong in here. And these are thighs. And ooh, my ab muscles are popping out. Even though if I worked out a while, I should get back to it. But I will not be dropping and giving Drake anything. Um, or Kendrick Lamar for that matter. It's a good play on words. Trying to keep it PG. Okay. I see what you did there, Drake. You say Drake. Let me relax. Let me. Oh, it's so tiny. Yeah, I feel like the shoes helped a bit. I mean, unless like my feet is visible in some of these pictures. It's probably better for me to just have some. All right. It's almost 2 o'clock. Golly gee. All right. All right. That was fun. That was cute. That was cute. That was, got a little fashion, high fashion, very, elegantly sensual moment. And then, there's some photos here. Now, I don't think they're all perfect. And that's the whole thing about photo shoots. It's like, it's a process. And I haven't done like pictures in a while, but I'm confident enough that I know like I'll get something out of the group. And yeah, I really like the first one that I did though. All of those elements were very me though. It was very like I feel like my like soft, feminine, elegant bag, whether it be like sensual or just like really like earthy, feminine, like vibes. And plus, like I love a good lace moment. I love a good floral lace, soft pink. I feel like that comes easily. Like that's my bag. Like I really got that. But I don't know. I could switch it up though. Like usually, like the photos that I did for the Divine merch, like that was really fun because um I mean the feminine poses are that comes easy to me. But then like even getting into, I think I was experimenting more with like the rock star poses. That was really fun, and I like got into that listening to like some music. If I weren't live streaming, I'd probably be playing different music, but I'm like, I don't want this to be demonetized. So we'll just play some fire tracks. But when I did that photo shoot, I was listening to like albums and stuff. And I was listening to like The Anxiety and like Willow's like rock era, trying to get into that energy. And it was really fun. Oh, that was the thing I meant to do, was like film like some movement. It's okay. I already did some on my phone. It's fine. And this was primarily for photos, so it's okay. It's alright. I don't need like video. I mean, video would have been cool, but it's alright. Maybe I'll remember to do it for the next look. But damn, if I was really gonna do a look for the video, it could have been that first one. I think that might have been, even though it's like the most revealing one, it's like my favorite because it's like the elements, like lace, iridescent, like light pastel, paint color. I love that. And like the shawl was like neutral, so it wasn't the same exact shade as paint, but in the video, especially in the picture, plus like with this like cream white background, like as long as it's neutral, I feel like it's fine. But yeah, I really like how that the first pictures came out. That came like super easily. This was different just because like this, I kind of was like, I had a type of like energy in mind that I wanted to go for, but sometimes depending on the look, I'll feel experimental, and I'll be like, you know what, let me just try to like go for certain movements and poses. And the thing is, like, I still need to like master like taking pictures with movement. Like if I'm like moving into a frame, sometimes I'll do that and it'll just work out, even though I don't have like the right shutter speed or whatever it's supposed to be on the camera. I still need to like master that. But this time around, it just didn't give what I wanted. So I was like, you know, let me just simplify this. Just like, you know, just more with this particular look. And so that's why, like, towards the end, I like simplified some of the poses. And and the main thing is like with a hairstyle like this, like as much as I kind of love a look like with like a updo, like my hair doesn't stay up, and it's like heavy and it's long, and so it doesn't stay all the way up the way it needs to. So that's the only annoying thing. But it's okay because like I was able to get the look off that I wanted to do with this particular. Um, I freshly untwisted. What is it, the braid? Yeah. So okay. All right. Now it's time for me to start you know, breaking down a little bit. Angie's trying to communicate with me in Morse code. What's up, Angie? All right. Yeah. I'm ready. Um, you know, take the set down. Well, I mean, it doesn't really go down. I literally just, this stays up, but it's just a matter of like me moving stuff around in my room. But I'm probably not gonna move too much around. But all right, cool. So that is a day in the life of a visual artist, musician like Narisse that you know makes it happen and does photo shoots in her own room. Well, room is a basic term for what this living situation is. Um, but all right. So I mean, I guess I can stay live and while I do this, and you know, you guys can see me break down the set. Um, and it, I mean, it's really not much. It's just a matter of me putting stuff back. Um, and I know certain things I don't get anymore, like these accessories. You know, put back or whatever. So, all right, let's go. And some of these looks I can put up because we did the picture finally. And you know what's crazy? So I got this denim jacket at Forever 21. Specifically Yeah, yeah, yeah. I did get this specifically for just one of these video. And before I had the visual skills that I had. But there was another that was like a similar design, but instead of like metallic um adornment on there, it was like pearls. And I wish I got that. But I forget why I didn't get it. I think I know why I got it. Because the earrings that a friend of mine at the time, she gave me some earrings and like just jewelry that she wasn't using. And so I found these earrings that had like silver balls, very similar to the design that's on that jacket. And I was like, "Ooh, this will be perfect. I'll put this look together." But I'm thinking about it when I think back that pearl jacket. I forget exactly how the design was, but I remember really liking it. And I was like, "Oh, this would be dope with the silver because it matches the earring." So I ended up getting those. But I mean, but the only thing about like a denim jacket is like the size. But it's not even just about the size, it's the silhouette. The silhouette is just so like square. And I really love those. I like those jackets that I feel like who be wearing those jackets? I feel like Beyonce wears them a lot. Where it's like, but she has the figure for it though, because she's fuller figured, so it just naturally lays well on her body type. But where it's like really poofy, those like crop top jackets, and I feel like she wears them a lot in like patent leather. Well, I don't know. I haven't really been like checking on what was going on lately because I've just been in my own world. But when I was really like up on what her fashion has been, she would like patent leather skirt, jacket, sets, and be like really poofy at top and like more fitted at the waist. And I feel like those are really cute. And I just love how that silhouette is. Because like for me, I don't really like oversized stuff much. Because I feel like I'm already petite. And it's like regular stuff like smalls and mediums look oversized to me. And people who do like the specifically the oversized look, I don't know for whatever reason I'm not crazy about it. On it has to be very particular because I feel like I struggle finding things that fit me really well. Just I'm naturally petite, but I will say in those particular looks, like those type of jackets where it's like, you know what? I think it might have been Rihanna. I think it might. I feel like I've seen Beyonce with that look too, but I feel like Rihanna wears it too. Like I'm actually might have been Rihanna. Well, not that particular look, but similar. I'm trying to think of where she wore one. I know like her like hair product launch, she had like this red jacket situation, kind of like that, but not quite. Like, cause it was more like slouchy kind of a look. But I mean something where it's like fitted at the waist, and then like the shoulders are like oversized, but it's still like, but it's like the bust well and the waist, you know. Like I'm not a designer. I mean, technically, I guess I would be because I design my but I do. I just know like I'm a fan of silhouette. Like I feel like before I knew what that was, when I was like younger and when I was a kid and I would sketch different looks and I would like draw. And mind you, I don't draw like that, but I would draw like different like outfits and dresses and stuff like that, and just like very form fitting and like curvaceous type of a look. And I will always love stuff with like a really good silhouette. And I think for me, like some a silhouette you can't go wrong with is like an hourglass. You know what I mean? Like even if you're not like super curvy and you might be petite, but as long as your waist is smaller than your hips, like there's a way to like accentuate it where like something like this where I mean technically the waist is a little bit tighter, but this is looser. But kind of like how the bum part here is like a little bit looser. Maybe if the waist was more like that and it came out more and like in more, then like I feel like that silhouette you can't go wrong with. Like I don't know. I just looking at designer pieces sometimes, and like I'm like, man, if I was like creative directed this would be a completely different look. Oh man, I just stepped on it and everything. I knew I dropped this box in the middle of the photo. But yeah, you know, I sometimes I look at certain designers and I'm like, this I like the idea, but if you just tweaked it here, I feel like you know. But then again, like fashion and like what you like is subjective, you know. Just because you like it a certain way doesn't mean everybody else will like it. And I think for me, like I'm really basic in that way, where I mean, even looks that are super extravagant, as long as like maybe if not the silhouette is classic, then okay, if the silhouette is like asymmetrical and you know, maybe like the shoulders are doing something where it's like zigzag and it's not traditional, but the design is classic. Like maybe it's like all black or maybe black and white or whatever, you know. Like I love a good classic anything. Like I feel like the best analogy to describe that with is like cheesecake. You know how like all those a million different flavors of cheesecake? And I just feel like a regular classic plain cheesecake you can't go wrong with it. As long as it's made well. You know what I mean? And every now and then, sure, like, you know, it's cool to experiment with different flavors, maybe like a strawberry or something like that from here from time to time, you know, but like and even like with donuts. I know there's a lot of flavors. There's like the Boston creams, there's the strawberry, this, that. But like, you can't go wrong with just a plain glazed donut. You know what I mean? And I don't know. And I feel the same way about fashion. I feel the same way about fashion with certain looks. Like certain things, it's just like simple, classic. You know, like okay, for example, like what I have on now. I mean, technically, like just how I tied this look together like with the string going here and like here it kind of like added some dimension to it, but for the most part it's a classic lace bralette halter top type of a situation. And then you know I just tied it in a way because I think this like is supposed to be wrapped around lace, but it I don't know, trying to level it out and make it look even is like a hassle. But I feel like because it's like layered like here it like it gives a different look, but it's still classic at the same time. You know, where like it's unique but classic. And even with this skirt, I purchased it because like I liked how asymmetrical this was cut. Because usually most skirts has like one slit to the side, and I thought it was interesting that it was two slits. And there was another one that was like asymmetrical that kind of had like a zigzag kind of thing going on here. But I just got this one, and you know it's like a traditional mini. You know, it's high waisted and it's you know fitted at the waist, but it gives you a little bit of room. And just how the pleats are like, it gives you a little space, and plus like it's kind of like faux crocodile design. Um, you know, it's like it's part of it. There's part element of this skirt. Even though, mind you, this is no like high fashion situation. This is literally like I did purchase this on Shein, and I know people like to like shit on Shein, but I mean they be having some pieces on there. Like if you look, you can put some looks together, and that's the thing with me when it comes to fashion. Like I think who says this? You can have like anyone can have style, but it's not necessarily fashion. Something like that. I feel like Iris Appel, I think. Oh Lord, forgive me for messing up her last name. And rest in peace. I know she passed away not too long ago. Fashion icon. I know she said something about like you know you can just because people put a look together and it could be stylish, but it doesn't necessarily means it's like fashion, you know. And I feel like you know just because like some people might have a lot of money and they can buy all the designer stuff. That shit don't matter. Like, it's really how you put the pieces together. You know, it's really a matter of like, there's so many times where I had like, well, I mean, like, okay, my point is that yes, I bought this on Shein, but I thought it was cute, and I felt like how I put it together in my music video. I really loved the look that I had with this, and I like the look that I did tonight. I feel like some of the pictures came out pretty cute. My favorite look was the first one, so far. But I did like this look. I was gonna go back and forth between this and then like a blue bralette, which I believe where did I get that bralette from? And this one. I might have got this off of Shein too. I think. I feel it. Either Shein or Solar. I'm pretty sure it was Shein. I think I bought this together as a set. But my thing is, I didn't want to do too much blue, and I knew I had this on in the video, even though I had like an iridescent see-through button up top on over top, so you couldn't really tell. But I was like, I don't want to completely replicate that same look, so I was like, all right, let me mix it up into a different, even though it's a similar silhouette, minus the like straps, but like the V cut bralette was you know, it was similar, but whatever. But you know, it's like fashion for me, it's like it's how you put it together, because that's why like people who are really trendy, who can go thrifting and you know and rock like vintage pieces that technically is out of style, or even pieces that might not be designer but look good, or you know how to make it look good. You know what I mean? Like you really know fashion. You could just like get some like crazy pieces and whip that thing together and then make it into a look. And I know for me right now, like I haven't been shopping in a while, and I kind of like don't care to because I'm like I already like I just have so much stuff, even though I don't use all of it. So I'm like, and I'm trying to like clean the house and clutter and all these things. And a lot of times I feel like I replicate the same looks, but it's like obviously, like if you haven't updated your wardrobe in a while, like that's bound to happen. But sometimes I'll put some things together in a way where it's like, oh damn, I don't think I put these pieces together like this. This is new, you know? And yeah, you know, I try to keep it like fresh and fun. And yeah, you know, fashion is really what you put together, you know. And I mean, I like this look. I'm not crazy about this skirt because I wish some of the detail in how it was like hemmed. I wish it was a little bit different, but I do like it though, and I feel like I find a way to you know wear it well, and you know that type of thing. But all right, but that's my fashion TED talk. We had a spiritual, philosophical, you know, TED talk earlier, and now we go into fashion. I mean, look, you're multifaceted. You know, it can go any way. It's a vibe over here in the village. But okay, so now what am I doing? Because my thing is like I kind of don't want to put too much stuff over here because I know I gotta finish with it later. But what I definitely do is like change out of these clothes. But I'll move the stuff around first. I think I need. Ooh, I'm tired. Man, I can't wait to the day when I start getting paid for this stuff. I mean, I'm already there. I'm already getting paid. I'm already getting paid for this. It's just space of time is the delay, but it's already happened. I just gotta catch up with that reality. But man, but you know, when you love it, the money shit don't matter. I mean, it's nice to get paid off of that because you know you gotta make a living and all these things. And we live in a capitalist world where you need money to survive on this planet. But you know, I've been doing this shit for a long time, and I'm passionate about it. Like you know, I enjoy this. I enjoy putting a look together. I enjoy creative directing a photo shoot and you know styling looks. I love it. I love this shit. As much as I like, I don't like as much as I love the music too. You know, like I mean, music is the easiest thing that comes to me because I think I've always kind of like had an ear for it and was always somewhat talented in that way. But fashion, I had to like work at. You know, like it was like I knew if I was looking at something, I'm like, oh, that's a look. That probably could be done differently. Like I had the eye to know like, okay, this is a look, this is not. Maybe this could have been done like this. But I just when I was younger, I never had the tools to be able to put that together for me. Not quite. And because I'm like so multifaceted in a way where not only can I go into, you know, talking about like quantum physics and spirituality, but also talk fashion, and then also talk music, and then also talk pop culture and celebrity gossip, but then also at the same time talk chord progressions, like, because that's just my like vibe. But just like same with fashion though, like, and there's so many different like types of styles and looks that I appreciate. Like even like if you just want to bring the conversation to music, like I appreciate rock music, R&B music from the 70s, R&B music of today, underground R&B, mainstream R&B. And then also, I also like rock too. I love hip hop. I love old school hip hop, like specifically from the 90s with like jazz samples and like rappers that rap. No, and I mean, and I can appreciate some of the music that comes out today too. And you know, and then also like sometimes every once in a while, like I can get into like a I don't know, I'm trying to think of like some obscure genre. I don't like go to listen to classical music, but I do remember moments in my childhood when like my brother, he went to well, we both did like choral music, but he went to school specifically for that. And it just so happens that the school that I went to, like we did choral stuff for the holidays, but we were known for the arts because we put on theater musical every year. But you know, but because we both had that background, there's times where we'll put on well, he like I forget who it was. I don't think it was Bob, but it was like the Passion of Christ, and we would listen to it. And mind you, this is like I don't even know what it's called exactly, but it's a piece that's not like oh like a 5 minute song. There's like different sections, and it equals out to like maybe like an hour long piece. And I remember there was times where we would just sit up there and literally listen to all the pieces of the Passion of Christ. Mine is classical music. And there's like it's opera. I think it's opera, vocal. Like it. That's just the shit that we were like into, you know. And I mean, it wouldn't happen all the time, but like if it were, like you know, I'd be like down to listen. Like, okay, all right, we're in the classical music bag right now, you know. And there's times where it could give rock. It's times where it could give reggae, and you know, or whatever. But that's just me alone. And I say this to say because my fashion kind of like slides into that too. Whereas, you know, I think not so much lately, but like maybe like 5 years ago or so, I would be more experimental with my looks, and every now and then I would pull off like an androgynous look, just because like why not, you know? And I think for me, because there were moments in my childhood where I wore uniform or had to wear uniform, and I would get my cousin's hand me down, which I couldn't stand. one, they were already bigger, and she was taller than me, but they would be like these baggy ass pants, and they would give, and like I get it, like my dad was saving money on uniform, even though I'm like, maybe you could have afforded some others, but whatever. And so I would go to school looking like a boy, and the boys would make fun of me for it. Like I remember this one time because I think I was struggling to like grow out my hair, and my dad didn't want to put extensions in my hair. I feel like he was intentionally trying to make me like the most unattractive thing ever. And so like I had these straight back braids that stopped here, like, and it was my natural hair at that time. It wasn't long. I really wanted long hair at that point, but whatever. For whatever reason, he wasn't letting me use extensions because he thought the school was breaking out my hair. Whatever, it's whatever BS was what he was saying. Even though I feel like he really ain't know what he was talking about, but whatever. And so, and then I had these loose ass, baggy ass pants, and then baggy ass button up shirts. And I remember the boys making fun of me because they were playing basketball on the court, and they was like, it looked like you could play basketball with us. Like you look like AI and shit. Like, just crazy shit. And like this was back in the day before everybody was so sensitive. And about like and don't get me wrong, bullying is corny. And I get it to some degree. There's levels to bullying that I feel like are necessary to like just toughen us up for the world because the world is cruel sometimes. And and that was like harmless, whatever. And like mind you, these kids were outlandish when I was going to school. Like people people think I was crazy. I'm like, if only I was paying attention to these other motherfuckers that was at these schools, like, because there was one girl that was like maybe like 2 years older than me, and this is middle school, mind you. And so she kind of like filled out early, and so she had like a curvier frame. Boys was harassing this girl, like slapping her butt through the hallway. I hope she's doing well in life. I haven't talked to her in a very long time, but I just remember that time, and I just remember like just all the shit that was happening while I was in school. Like school was crazy, but and Kim was fresh back then, but we're but anyway, yeah. So like my whole point in saying this is like, so there was a moment in my life where like my uniform, I had to look. I was so like baggy, boyish looking, and it's not like I had any bit of a figure. Like if my clothes were fitted, it would make me look more feminine. Like I didn't have no body back then. Like I was just like a string little thing, and but I definitely did not feel pretty. Like even if I were wearing something that actually fit me, I did not feel pretty back then. But I knew that I loved fashion, and I knew that I hated being in schools with uniform. It stifled my creativity, and I just always felt like ugly. I never felt pretty, and and now I think in those times where I would like rock the androgynous looks, like it could give like butch queen kind of vibe. I feel like it was like an ode to like my younger self that unwillingly had to look like a boy when I was in school. And where like as today, like, okay, I can look like a boy now and look fly, you know, and it could go both ways. I could give you like, you know, femme queen, or we could, butch it out. I don't know. Either way, it's gonna look good. And so I'm grateful. I'm grateful to be in that space now, where I can be myself and express my fits and my looks in a way where like I know. And it's not every day. Like there's some days where I intentionally know, like, okay, I'm not dressing up a lot today. And then there's days where I'm like, okay, bitch, I'm in my bag. Like, like we put the whole look together. Today was one of those days. But yeah, little me, little Narice, old girl, industry baby, that's just so misunderstood. I had the eye for fashion. I knew I did. I felt like I could put a look together, or I can see a look when it looked good, and I be like, okay, this had the potential. Maybe if the silhouette did this, or maybe if the color palette was like this, or maybe if this design but a different material. Like I know how to like see that. I don't know if there's a job for that, if they're hiring, but I could do that. I could do that. Industry, like there's so many things, there's so many like odd jobs that people paid a lot of money for that I feel like I could do. Like I feel like I could produce people's music for them. Not necessarily produce like make the beat. I mean I could probably do that too. But I mean as in like, ooh, this note should have been like this, or these harmonies should have been like this type shit. I don't know. But yeah, I love the thing of I love fashion. And it took me a while to get to a point where I like figured out my look because like I said, there's so many different ways where my look can go. And not even just the whole like androgynous thing, but like different styles where it's like it could be very like earthy kind of vibes or honestly I feel like that came from like the type of jobs that I had because I had to like, wear what fit those jobs and I worked like half of them all. So if I was working in a jewelry store, it had to be like business casual, like, very like prim and proper type of vibe. Or if it was like a shoe store, but like high fashion, not high fashion, but like fashionable. So I'm like, okay, putting more fashionable, but like casual looks together. Then when I was working at the metaphysical shop, then, more earthy, kind of like hippie kind of vibes. And then when I was working at like a sneaker type store, but like skater, you know, it gave like skater vibes. And I had to like put different looks together in all those spaces. And then, it wasn't until like after I worked in those jobs where I had to like figure out like, okay, what's my style though? Like I know I have to conform to like my place of employment, but what do I like to wear? And mind you, of course, with those places you get discounts. So I would purchase pieces from those places. And I'm like, okay, but if I didn't think about this discount or like, didn't have to stress about what my style would be. And I'm like, it wouldn't be just one thing. But I know for sure, like I really love avant-garde fashion. Um, like especially like for creative projects. I feel like it makes the most sense and I could get away with it in creative projects like wearing like a big poofy like tulle dress and like face jewelry and like all this accessories. Like if I could like afford to dress like that every day, I probably would. Kind of like early era, maybe like mid early Lady Gaga. Like Lady Gaga after Fame, because like Fame, she was still like kind of on the come up, so she like the budget was limited. But after like she had proven herself and had some hits, and got the budget, and was wearing the crazy outfits and like the 10 feet high shoes, and all of those looks and all. Like if I could get in that bag, I would get in that bag. I would rock that shit. That's but not quite like her though, but like in my own way. Like more so like I mean I kinda had like a vision board of like different like people that I like style wise. Like I really love Dawn Richard style and just like how she puts looks together and whether it's like futuristic, robotic, or just like avant-garde and really fashionable, like high fashion type stuff. And she's always doing stuff with her just the envelope that I don't see other people doing. But also like kind of like that earthy classic style of like a Lisa Bonet. I feel like that never goes out of style. And then even like I feel like Zoe Kravitz, her style is really dope in terms of like because it's kind of like her mom, but not exactly. I feel like her style is more so like more modern and chic, whereas like I was like, oh man, it's a lot of people. I feel like her style is more modern and um, but I love her style too. And then like I don't know, so many people. And then Grace Jones, I feel like she's a fashion icon and she doesn't get enough credit as the legend that she is. Like I feel like people reference her, but not enough people know who she is. And celebrate her for like the icon that she is, like in terms of fashion, like looks, especially like the queen of like androgynous, but like feminine, strong, beautiful kind of looks. And I feel like, I mean, Lady Gaga kind of like was a modern version of that. I know people often compare her to Madonna, but like she's even said that Grace Jones is inspired her looks. And especially in the beginning of her career with like the hoodie, leotard kind of thing that she was doing. Like, man, I could go on. I could go on and on about this, y'all. But yeah, man, fashion is a vibe. Fashion is a vibe. I need to get my life together. So I'm gonna keep talking now, but I gotta like move some shit around. And I mean the set is but so much that we do, but yeah, but I think fashion, especially like in the music industry, I don't see like I feel like a lot of girls dress the same, you know? Like I don't think there's anybody that's really giving fashion the way that like, like I mean there's people who dress well, but nobody's really serving fashion. And these hoes be trying to stop me, but I'm like, look, if you give me the budget, I could bring fashion back, okay? Because I mean, it's just not giving fashion the way I need it to. You know what I mean? Like, and it doesn't always have to be like the super over the top crazy looks and stuff like that. Even though I live for that, I live for that too. But it could just be like something that doesn't look like what everybody else is doing. I feel like everybody look the same, and everybody copying somebody else. And it's like, what's your own style? It's not copying off of somebody else or me, respectfully, but the facts are the facts. I'm just saying. Like everybody look like somebody else, especially no shade, but and all facts. I mean, look, I have no reason to not hold back. But I feel like a lot of the rap girls all dress the same. They all look the same. And I'm like, y'all girls got budgets. You can afford a stylist. But you know what? Actually, somebody who has been like really slaying with the fashion, or at least for a period of time. I mean, they might still be doing it, but when Fantasia was doing the press for Color Purple, baby, her stylist and her were putting it down. Okay, they were doing everything they needed to do. Like every look, it was all hits, no misses. And I'm trying to think who else. Like, and I love that for her because I mean, not only is she such an amazing vocalist, and I feel like she doesn't get enough credit that she should as a as an artist. But while she was on that run, while Color Purple was like new and they were, doing the promo and everything, I feel like Fantasia's looks just like all slayed. And I feel he's really like doing that. And I mean, like I said, like I feel like early era Lady Gaga. I'm trying to think who else. Maybe Nicki Minaj, but I feel like they were doing stuff that was like standing out from the crowd. And you know, yeah, standing out from the crowd. And no. Anyway. This restream don't be helping me. All right, anyway. But anyway. So I'm just like Yeah, I didn't miss anything here. The female Freddie Mercury. Who's that? Or are you trying to be funny? Like, that's why I don't, because y'all be, until like some actual humans get here, because y'all be moving like bots. But anyway, um, what was I saying? Yeah, Fantasia. Fantasia's fashion during that press run was so good. And who else? I feel like, yeah, nobody's like, and don't get me wrong, like the girls can dress well. It's not like nobody here really looking tacky, I mean, well, if you don't got nothing nice to say, don't say nothing. So I'm not gonna say nothing. But for the most part, these girls with budgets. And don't get me wrong, like, I mean, and I only like go in on some of these bigger name artists because they have budgets. It's like, even if your budget is limited, bitch, you can afford a stylist, or you get like some designer pieces, even if it might not be custom. Like, say you might not be at a part in your career where like your Met Gala look is custom, and you gotta get something that's off of the runway. Okay, fine, you know, but at least you can afford some off the runway. And the fact that you can afford something off the runway, at least get something cute off the runway. Like, damn, it's because my thing is like, it's girls out here and guys and humans out here that can't afford, or maybe can get like a few designer pieces from time to time. And when they get those few designer pieces from time to time, or maybe it's no designer piece, and they like purely shop at like the thrift store or Forever 21 or Zara, whatever the case may be, whatever they can afford, and they make that thing look like it is designer. And it's some of these girls out here that can afford the designer, and I'm like, girl, you might as well have left that on the rack. Shit. I'm like, girl, get your money back and invest in a new stylist or get a stylist. Like, I don't know. I don't know what it is. And it's no shame. It's no shame because, like I said, there was a point in my life where like my look wasn't all the way there. So it's like I'm not like shitting on people who don't got it figured out. But my thing is like, if you got a budget, if you got a team, if you got a label, or maybe you got an agency or whatever, like even maybe if it's not necessarily like the music industry girls, but like the actors who, and you have red carpet looks because it's Oscar season or it's any season and you were in a TV show. Okay. If you got a budget, you know, get you a stylist. Something. 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 You know what I mean? That's my only point. It's like, if you got the money to afford to get a better situation happening, then, get the better situation. But there's some of us out here that don't got the budget that y'all got yet. And we make it work. And sometimes, it takes some time. It takes a while to build that up. And, and shout out to the people who have the privacy of figuring it out without it being like brought to the world. Because some people, some celebrities that are like figuring out their swag in real time while being famous, and people shitting on your look, and you're just trying to figure the shit out. Like that whole thing that happened with Serena Williams. But you know what? I feel like lately her looks have been on point. But apparently somebody made a post about her fashion. I think I seen the post. And it went viral. And it was like, girl, we love you and we want you to win, but these looks is not giving. I'm glad somebody said it. I'm glad. Because you know what? She right. And it wasn't out of, and the things the thing I respected most about that post is that it wasn't like they were trying to tear her down. It's not like they were trying to be shady or be like, oh bitch, you can't dress, you look tacky. Like, no, it wasn't that. It was like, girl, we love you. We we appreciate you. You are a rightful legend, and you know we respect the work that you've done, you and your sister, and all these things. However, girl, because you are who you are, and you are the elite, you know, athlete that you are, retired or not, girl, you can afford to have somebody put some of these looks together. And look, and I'm like, yes. And she said it with love. She said it very, very directly and straight up, but with love. Because it's like, because we love you for the legend that you are, especially as a black woman. But like, girl, the looks could look. And she quietly probably peeped that post and went to her team like, y'all got me out here looking crazy. You see what the streets is saying about my looks? That's your job. Why the fuck they say I'm out here looking crazy and you my stylist? Fired. Get somebody new. Somebody that's gonna make me look right. And it's gotten better. It's gotten better. Like, and I love when she like accentuates her body because she has such a beautiful body. Aside from the fact that her body is strong, and you know, because she's an athlete, and because you know she's put the time in to building up the muscle and the strength that she has as a tennis player. But she's beautiful. Like, just like her body is beautiful, just as a woman. And I'm like, girl, show that off. Like, and you had a baby and still looking this good. Like, yes, Serena. Let these hoes know that you are the Serena Williams. Like, you know what I mean? And I feel like I love the blonde hair that she's been rocking lately. Like the loose blonde wavy like tresses. And then like some of the like the looks. Some of them like that people have been liking, I haven't been too crazy about, but I'm like, if the streets love it, then whatever. But not that opinion matters. As long as she loves it and she feels confident in her outfit, that's really what matters, to be real. But I mean, look, us peanut gallery people, we gonna say our shit. You know what I mean? But I love that she's been like really. I feel like she saw that, took note of it, and then like was like, all right, cool, we about to serve these looks. You know, we are serving these looks. And and I love that for her because she's beautiful. Not only is she immensely talented, but she's a beautiful black woman. And girl, you got the coin to afford. And she put her looks been putting it together, and I love that for her. You know, but yeah, shout out to Serena Williams, stylist, or whatever the situation was. I don't know how it happened, but it happened, and it's gotten better. Cause it's like, girl, you are you. You are the Serena Williams. Like, you're not just a regular broad. Like, you are elite. Elite girl. And I know you got the coin to afford. Because I'm like, the last few gala looks, girl. Especially the omelet one. And it's not. If you know, you know, you know what I'm talking about. You know that shit look like an omelet. With a few slices of ham. But you know what? But I will say this on a positive note. I feel like the last one that she did with like the metallic kind of look, I think that was the one that triggered the lady into making the post about her. I actually like that look. I feel like I seen what they were trying to go because I feel like what I really like about that look, even though people were like, "Oh, it's giving aluminum foil," and I'm like, "Well, there's some aluminum foil looks out there that actually look like some burrito bowl shenanigans." But I feel like I liked how that looked on her because it accentuated her curve and the silhouette was really dope. I get why people didn't like it, but I actually like that dress, and I think her hair looked good. I think she had straight hair with that look, and I was like, yes, Serena, bro, I liked it. I felt like it was one of her better looks. Now, you know, I know it wasn't some people's favorite because they were like, girl, what in the aluminum is happening here? But I'm like, she looked like a cute aluminum foil. Okay, let her. Okay, if she want to be an omelet one day, then fine. If she want to be aluminum foil another day, whatever. But she was a bomb ass aluminum foil. Okay, I like that look. I like that look on her, and maybe because it was like a copper kind of a color that was happening there, and I love a good like brownish metallic rose gold kind of a thing. And I'm like, I don't know, maybe that was it. But I still feel like it wasn't a bad look. I feel like it was one of her better looks. And I feel like, yeah, like I said, I feel like it accentuated her body and she looked amazing. I don't know. That was one of my favorite looks from her, but whatever. What do I know? What do I know? Yeah, a lot. Respectfully. But you know what? I will say the girl who does consistently slay with fashion is definitely Zendaya. Okay? I will say her and Laura, I guess is that reference now that I think about it, somebody said in these comments. Um, you know, I feel like they do her right every time. And her like and her strategizing fashion, I think is brilliant to me. Because she said in an interview or like a sit down with Issa Rae on her show, like I forget what it's called, where they like sip alcohol and talk stuff like that. And she was like, even though she might not have had the blame at the time, she was like, okay, how can I get I know I could put a look together. So if I show up really dressed really well to these events, and it's like, ooh, who's this girl? And it worked because, red carpet events, paparazzi photography, we're documenting her. And then it's like, okay, by the way, I'm interested in this role, and not only, aside from the fact that she's a very talented actress, so, I mean, shout out to this thing. All right, I'll be right back. I just gotta put some of this stuff up. But anyway, yeah, I don't know. Like, I just, I hope that you know the game can change a little bit at some point because the fashion these days, it's not bad, but it's just like nothing wowing me, you know. And I'm going to change and see how many people stay on for the live stream. And I mean, it's definitely not about to be a fashion moment. Actually, I'll probably wear something different. Um, but yeah, I just and it's like I said, like it's not that there's a whole lot of people where it's like their fashion was just awful. It's just it's not giving anything. It's just like, oh, okay, that was cute. Like I remember coming up in an era like early 2000s. And mind you, as decades go, I don't think it's like the best decade of fashion. When I think of when I think of more casual fashion of the early 2000s, it's like it was okay. And I felt like that was an era when celebrities dressed like regular people, right? Like if you look at like 106 in Park or like TRL, those celebrities back then, they dressed like regular people. Like they could be walking out on the street and you might have the same outfit from them, but your version might have been like from Rainbow or something like that. Like that's back when they wore like denim. It was like Beyonce, Darion era, and it was cute. It wasn't like it wasn't like it was like bad fashion or anything. Well, there was like the Gucci shorts and all of that stuff. Some of it was kind of questionable. Like I said, like 2000s wasn't really my favorite era, but the celebrities then. I feel like some people who had some of the best fashion, maybe mid 2000s to later, was like Beyonce, Lady Gaga, and I think that's about it. It's like, nah. I mean, I know there's more people who would put looks together. I'm just like drawing a blank at this particular moment in time. But I know like back in those days, I remember they will always have like some of the best looks, especially like the red carpet looks. And the fashion is completely different, but you know, they gave looks like on the red carpet in the music videos. Like I feel like early 2000s era of Beyonce, maybe like B-Day era. I feel like B-Day, she got to a point where like all her looks just never missed. It was like all hits, no misses. Like, I mean, like, okay, and I know people will argue this, whatever, like, oh, but like Dangerously Love cool. There was definitely some looks in that era, but I feel like there was still some elements to her particular style that she was still figuring out. Like, I'm not gonna go into those details because I'm not trying to have the guy come for me. Like, you know, because look, I have my degree in Beyonceology, so like, don't do it. Don't come for me. I'm saying this purely with respect, you know. But I feel like, and naturally, it takes a while for you to develop your style, especially when fashion is changing. But I feel like around BA era, every music video like was a look from Deja Vu, Green Light. Oh my God, the looks in Green Light, like every frame in good in Green Light, she looked amazing. Like not only the choreography, but like body, the hair, the makeup, like, and she had different hairstyles. It was straight hair, it was hair, it was, you know, like the red dress, the you know, top and the short set, the the latex dress, like, oh my God, every look in that video was looking. Kitty cat with the cat design makeup. Come on now, come on. That's what you're supposed to do in these visuals. And I feel like check up on that video. Every look in that video ate. Even though it's not an album, but still. Sugar Mama, even though that wasn't the biggest song, but you know, child, what video was there? Upgrade You, Slade. Irreplaceable might have been the only video where like, but it didn't call for like a fashion moment. It was just like a nigga get out my house kind of a song, you know, and she had the dairy on one and it was casual. But like Giddy Body, now I mean I was crazy about the Giddy Body look just because like again the silhouette of the dress. And I know most of her looks are very like form fitting, so maybe she intentionally wanted to do something different. I would have personally liked it better if it was more form fitting and more like fitting to her like hourglass shape. You know, I don't really, but not even just her in that dress, but just dresses shaped like that, like the asymmetrical old school like 50s kind of look. I'm not crazy about it, but even still, in that, like she still gives a look. You know what I mean? Yeah, I will say like Beyonce's definitely one of those fashion girls for sure. Um, and like I said, Gaga, she was pushing the envelope. Like she was doing the shit that we haven't seen in time, and doing it like in the mainstream stage platform on at the VMAs, like the iconic meat dress, girl, ew. But she ate that dress up, no pun intended. I mean, like, girl. Anyway, man. But yeah, like, I just remember growing up when fashion was exciting. I'm trying to think, maybe like who else was like big in fashion? Maybe like Holly Berry. I think I can't think of like any like notable Holly Berry looks, but I just in this particular moment in time, I'm sure there are. But like I'd love to see her do that thing with Vogue where they like review the looks and make a book out of it. I would love to see that for Holly Berry. I think there might already be one, or maybe there isn't. I don't know, but I would love to see that because I'm sure. Like I know she has like her iconic Oscar dress that she wore when she won the Oscar. But like I would say, like Holly Berry is one of those people where her fashion has never gotten old. You know what I mean? Like I feel like she constantly looked amazing throughout all the just the changes and ebbs and flows and shifts in life. But yeah, like I don't know, fashion just isn't that exciting to me. Um, or at least not like other people's fashion, really. But yeah, I'm like, okay, I'm going to change because it is late and I'm tired of the shenanigans. And yeah. But yeah, fashion is just like it's just different. It's just different. And like I said, it's not like there's people who's not getting fashion at all. It's just not the fashion for me. Respectfully. And and it's okay. It's okay. But hopefully in the near future I can shake that up. You know. Cause you know what, that's funny. It makes me think of that one VMAs. I mean, and then FKA Twigs, I think she has some dope fashion too. I mean, I'm not crazy about every look of hers, but I love that she doesn't dress like anybody else, and she really is in her own like stratosphere when it comes to fashion. But I will say there was that one VMAs like a few years ago. I forget. It wasn't that long ago, maybe like 2 or 3 years. It was like I think after COVID, where her it was FKA Twigs, Doja Cat, and Tinashe, and they all had like the same look. It was very like, and this is me giving relaxing fashion right now. Let's see how many people stay for the fashion vibes. But because there's some perks in here or whatever. I'm comfortable in myself to not be bothered by you folks. But anyway, but shout out to the people who's like really here and enjoying the content. But it was that one VMAs when FK Twigs, Doja Cat, and Tinashe basically had like the same look. And it was kind of, I don't know how to describe that type of style, but it is like it makes me think of like pirate fashion, if that makes any sense. Like corset, like fitted pants with the lace through the sides and like a little bit of lace braids, but like unruly, but like still pretty somehow. Kind of like butterfly twist, where it has like a few strands that's like curly, light but messy, but pretty messy. I don't know how to like describe that look, but and they all have with the strands, they all look like, all right, we are the pirate Avengers, and we've come to save like R&B pop, you know, and hip hop because Doja raps too. But but yeah, I mean, like, look, and I mean, and it wasn't like a bad look, but and the thing is, what's interesting about that, and it kind of gives, it's like bohemian. It's like now that's probably a better word. I mean, it was like bohemian a little bit, it kind of gives a little bit of like Lisa Bonet's style, but like a modern twist. Um, if you look that up, like I'm not kidding. Like they all similar that year. But I mean it's not a bad thing. It's not a bad thing. It's just like, you know, okay, all right. You know, where's the originality? Here's the originality. But I mean, out of all three of them, I feel like, well, Doja definitely pushes the envelope with fashion, and she switches her look up all the time. And I do feel like Tasha dresses pretty well too. Like I think because she's a dancer and like she's fit and she has a good body, like I feel like she knows what looks good on her, like and where she can dance in and stuff like that. And then also with FK Twigs, she's a dancer too, but like her style is so like obscure, and it intrigues me how she was able to get to the level of like success and fame that she does. Cause like I don't know how you like not to put her in a box, because like you can't do that for any artist really, or you shouldn't. But I'm like her. I haven't quite like gotten too into her music. I remember like a friend of mine from college put me on to like her song. That the one that like was like her breakout song from that first project. And I was like, who is this? And she was like FKA Twig. And I was like, who? What? A twig? And she said FKA Twig. And I'm like, okay. And I remember during that time, like she put me on to like 8-track. And I'm not talking about who y'all probably think I'm talking about. This. Like they put me on the music too, but that's not who I'm talking about. It was another friend of mine from college. That I would hang out with at the time. And she put me onto like 8-track. I don't know if y'all remember that, but like it was like a playlist website where a lot of underground music was on there, and there was a lot of people on there. I think that's kind of how I like stumbled upon Alina Baraz, probably on like a playlist on there. And yeah, and then but that one song, um I wish I could sing it, but I don't know the words, and I feel like I would sound crazy singing it because it's so obscure. Um, I don't know how it goes, but whatever. That like her first like breakout song. I know that one, but I feel like her music is just so interesting. I haven't quite like really gotten into it, but I I still appreciate her as an artist, and I'm just like I'm just so intrigued by how like because I feel like she's so unique that it wouldn't be mainstream. And it's not that she is mainstream, but she is fairly popular. She's fairly popular, and I feel like when she puts records out, people like get excited and they support her work. And I mean, I love that for her. I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but I'm just like, I wonder, like, what's her like team's strategy? You know what I mean? Because I feel like she's not one of those people that's like, oh, I have to put out a record kind of like this in order to get people to like my music, or to get this single popping. I gotta put out a song like this. Because even like some of the songs that she's put out through the years that I've heard, some of them, like it bends genres. So like some of it has like hip hop vibes, some of it feels like very avant-garde. I don't know how to explain it, but I don't know. Like, and I feel like she doesn't do things to be mainstream or to be like, oh, I need to make a hit and this is going to be on radio. Like she very much just like moves to the beat of her own drum, and I'm pretty sure the time signature is not 4/4. And I don't like I'm like, girl, what's the playbook? You know what I mean? I'm just like curious as to what the strategy is in terms of like the people who are on her team. and are like, okay, we're gonna do this project, we're gonna put this out. Because like to some degree, like she does have to make money. You know what I mean? And there's people, and she has a fan base. Like there's people who fuck with her with her stuff. And I'm just very curious, like how I would like to see one of those people on YouTube. If anybody watching the Truman Show now, if y'all love FKA Twigs and you're good at putting those YouTube documentaries together, I need somebody to put a documentary together of her come up. Like I want to know the story, like the first few gigs, the record deal. Does she have a record deal? Is she independent? I don't know. You know, like I want to know like those. You know how those YouTube. Y'all know what I'm talking about. The documentary, the bio doc. That and some of them are pretty good. Some of these YouTube docs be pretty fire. Can somebody do one on FKA Twigs and really do like a deep dive on her career, her come up, you know, the hit, how it like transcended? Because I feel like it was like 2010s, mid 2010s when she kind of like blew up. And yeah, because I want to say I was in college in like 2014, and yeah, that was when I had first heard of her, and I think she had put out a project either that year or the year before or something like that. And I'm like, I would like somebody to do a full breakdown of her career, how she got started, what was the thing that built the success? Was it online traction? You know, was it a magazine? You know, what was the thing? And then like what continued the engine? And you know, what's her like process in terms of releasing music? Like, you know, is she one of those people? Because I really don't follow her like that. I just love her fashion, and I do watch some of the videos and I listen to some of the songs, but I just haven't like found anything that I love, and that's okay because it's fine if it's not for me. But I'm sure there's people who love her shit, and I'm just curious about her as an artist. Um, you know, and like some human. I just need a Bernie Sanders documentary of his campaign in 2016, like the whole Fill the Burn movement. I need a Bernie Sanders documentary and an FKA Twigs documentary. So far, there's probably more that I want, but if somebody could make that, let me know, and please make it good. Like be in, like with information, articles, journalism, quality stuff. You know what I mean? Because I'm not good at that, but I can appreciate people who are good at that and who do all that extra work and get all the footage and stuff together, and then like it looks like a quality documentary that should be on Netflix, but on YouTube. Thank you in advance to whoever does it. Like I love that. I love that. To whoever in the future is on it. I appreciate you. Um, but yeah, I feel like she's super dope. And I appreciate her as an artist. You know what? You trolls gotta go. Unlike if you yawning and you don't need to be here, honey. It's okay. Oh yeah, no, you gotta go. Absolutely not. Oh no, you are not getting starred. But yeah. Anyway, because I know, like I said, I know there's people who hate what's on here, and I understand you all are not intelligent beings that can put context clues together of, you know, people who are genuinely living their lives versus people who get framed and set up. Okay, I understand. Common sense isn't really all that common these days, and I get it. Um, I understand. You know, but whatever. But you know, shout out to the people who are intelligent and who get it and who are smart and who, you know, can put common sense and two together. Um, yeah. But anyway, but yeah, you know, fashion is a very interesting thing, and I love it. I love the expression of it. And some of these designers owe me a check. I feel like there's a lot of people who owe me a check, really. But yeah, interesting. But you know, I think I pretty much already wrapped up everything in terms of, well, I mean, some other stuff I got to do, but it would require me to walk in and out the frame. Um, I'm not gonna do sound bowls tonight, but I will do a quick prayer. Um, because y'all know that's my thing. And you know, all right. So first and foremost, um, ooh, I mean, this is what I've been on here for 5 hours now. Wow, crazy. And it's a Saturday. It's a Saturday night, and y'all ain't got no lives. You know, sitting up here watching live stream with me. But I appreciate it. Even the people that hate watch, you know, because I'm like, you could be doing any old thing with your miserable life, but you spending your time with me. And I don't know why. But but you know, for those who are like genuinely a part of the village, who really are, who, you know, love my think pieces and my conversations and really just appreciate me as a human being, regardless of the shenanigans that goes on. Thank you. I really appreciate y'all. You understand some of y'all probably don't like interact in the comments because y'all know it's the shenanigans and y'all ain't want canceled all this stuff. I get it. I understand. But you know, it's a time to be fearless. It's a time to be fearless. Cause like, look, if you gravitate towards me for whatever reason, you know, and I understand, like, for the most part, like I've said, you know, I want this to be a safe space for folks who feel like loners, who, you know, knows what it feels like, where people try to make you feel like you're not welcomed or like you're not enough, or they try to make you out to be the bad guy or whatever the case may be, or they, you know, project their own issues and problems on you, or you might have dealt with a family or a situation where you might have felt like exploited, and people make you out to be the scapegoat, and anytime you tell your truth or your side of the story, people automatically like blame you and don't even try to care or hear with your perspective, whatever that is, whatever your situation is. Like, look, this is a safe space for that. You know, like, in dealing with that, it requires bravery. And I appreciate the people who are brave enough to like take the time and listen, and brave enough to, you know, really, you know, oh my God, dare you say you enjoy my content? Because, like, you know what? The spiritual conversations are really interesting. And the fact that we can have conversations about fashion and pop culture, and then, and also like astrology and the way of the world and spirit realm and stuff like that. Like, I get it. There's people who get it. There's people who get it. And if don't, and that's fine. You know, and if you don't, this isn't the space for you, and that's okay. It's okay if the space isn't for you, you know. But for those who like really do enjoy being here, and you know, regardless of what people say, you know, it's a time to be fearless. Like, if there's anything to like copy, since people like copy off of me or whatever the case may be, I implore that you copy bravery, you know, and don't let people try to guilt you about what you like and what you don't like because you have common sense, or, you know, or whatever, or you have taste, you know, like. And I wish that that was something that I did more when I was younger. You know, there were certain things that I would like keep myself. And of course, like, I get it. Like, if you want to gatekeep things for yourself, then whatever. Because, like, you know how there's like a new artist that you love, so, you know, and then they end up like going mainstream, so whatever. There's but so much gatekeeping that you can do at that point. But And if you know, if you want to do that for the preservation of something that you know you enjoy, then fine. But you know, like I want to challenge you to be brave and you know, not let other people's opinions shape how you see yourself or how you see the world or whatever the case may be. And you know, if there's anything that I exude or show for my energy and my actions on a day-to-day basis is bravery constantly. I feel like my everyday life is the example of not only resilience but just like strength and bravery and courage, because it takes courage to be me and deal with the things that I do and still show up here and do these live streams and still be vulnerable and knowing that there's trolls on here that interact in the comments and you know try to speak in code and three-dimensional words and spells or whatever. And you know, and it's courage to even do like you know create music and share my art in a very vulnerable space where like I'm making these songs and I'm recording the vocals and sometimes I'm not that good and I have to redo it a few times. Like that's a very like courageous thing to do because the world is cruel and people could be mean and you know and people that genuinely don't even care about you like you know are hell-bent on trying to tear you down. You know, it can be being vulnerable and sharing your creativity, you know, in a way in a platform that's open to critique and criticism. And you know, look, I be critiquing and criticizing. So that's why I try not to let it get to me so much. I say this to say is that I want to think that you know, in my just how I show up in the world, I can show you what courage looks like. You know, 'cause it takes courage to deal with the things that I do and still have the nerve to stand 10 toes down, stand up for myself and be like, fuck your narrative, you're all wrong. And I don't care how many people you could band together to co-sign foolery. Like I refuse to let anybody in any position of power with any notoriety try to tell me who the fuck I am. You know, especially based on circumstance where it was knowledge, college, that there was like manipulation involved and there was, you know, pulling strings and you know, spiritual attack involved. And people know this. Like they know that part. That's the part that people are familiar with and know very well and reference in their TikToks and their music videos and their films or whatever the case may be. Like they know that part. So it's like, okay, if you know that that's been the thing, why aren't you so intelligent enough to believe that that could have been the start of things? Because listen, in order to be a hero, you need a villain. And if it was really about truth and justice, it wouldn't have been a thing that was made to be exploited for entertainment. And y'all know this. Y'all know I'm right. But it takes bravery to stand up against everybody and say, look, y'all are fucking wrong. But whatever. It's beside the point. But again, thank you to the people who genuinely support. Thank you to who, you know, show love. Thank you to this is funny. Thank you to the people who are intelligent and who watch with good intentions, who are blessed, um, who wish blessings and well wishes for me and support me genuinely, see the best in me. And you know, I'm wondering if I look away, maybe the numbers will jump again. But I understand it's common and popular to be ignorant, to be willfully ignorant, like choosing to be ignorant, even though the facts and the information be right there. And it is what it is. But again, I'm here to challenge the status quo and wake folks up. And if you choose to not wake up, then don't be here. That's okay. But thank you again to the people who are here, who validate and believe the things that I say, who are entertained by the conversations that I have, and who are intrigued by me as a person. Despite the things that I deal with, despite the manipulation tactics and the abuse, well, spiritual abuse, we'll say that, because raising unwanted. Thank you. Thank you to the people who see through the BS. I appreciate it. And the evil eye is real, but I rebuke it in the name of Jesus. And I know there's people who watch with a watchful eye just to peep everything you do and copy what you do. But I call for God to blind all evil eyes and ward that energy away, because I know I'm blessed. I know my audience is blessed. We enjoy having a good time, and segueing into the prayer. So, for one, God, thank you so much for all the blessings in my life. Thank you for the lessons. Thank you for growing me, for prospering me, for changing me, for building me, for evolving me. May you continue to do so not only in my life, but in the lives of those who are a part of my village, people who I'm in alignment with, people who see the best in me, people who, support me, people who were positively affected by not only my music, but these live streams, the things that I say, and my input, and me sharing my perspectives about the world. May you continue to align us with the right folks and ward away all those who don't align. Those who watch with the evil eye, may you blind and remove them. People who watch to copy and spew their negativity, may you rebuke it in the name of Jesus. May you continue to clear roads, clear the paths, and remove all energy that's unwanted, that's unwelcome, that's not in the vibration of love and success and prosperity and protection and support and upliftment and empowerment and bravery and courage and happiness and healthiness. If it's not of that frequency, please remove it from me. If it's not of that frequency, please remove it from me. So, all weapons attempted to be formed against me, back upon my enemies, every trap, plan, low vibrational intention backfires upon those who plot and plan negativity, and every tongue that rises up against me, to try to lay curses on me, to try to wish your will on me, whatever, whether it be directly or through, three-dimensional conversations. May those tongues be condemned until they learn to be on the frequency that I'm on, which is usually the frequency of love, or don't be over here at all. Thank you so much for what has already been and what will continue and what will be in the future. So it is, so it will be. Much gratitude for what's been. Thank you so much. Now, okay. Thank you all so much for being a part of this live stream. I hope you were entertained. I hope you enjoyed watching the photo shoot. I'm gonna watch it back and like hope that like because it's one thing when you're modeling to a particular angle and then like on another angle it's kind of like crazy. And I'm sure it looked well as I was trying to get into the poses and stuff like that. I'm intrigued to see what that process was like for from you all's perspective. So I'm gonna check it out and see. But but yeah, thank you again. Thank you for all those who enjoy being here, who are genuine, who love what I do, who love my art, love my creativity, love my TED Talks, love when I talk spiritual stuff, love when I talk about fashion, love when I talk about music, whatever, who enjoy what I have to offer. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you. I do. And I understand the concern of expressing that love out loud. But people who do some awful things in the world and are so loved and successful and get redemption and all these things. And I feel like in my situation, just because there's so much um such a heightened awareness of every little thing that I do, and there's already this like brainwashed narrative. So, there's a lot of energy there. But like I'm really such a sweetheart. And y'all know this. Like I'm a sweetheart. I just love talking fashion. I talk about spiritual stuff. I love to talk about the mysteries of world and esoteric practices and stuff like that. I love that. I love sharing music with you guys. I love having a good time and being creative. And I enjoyed this photo shoot tonight, even though I got into a whole like tangent talking about spirituality. But that's very true to me. It's me, my vibe. And again, like if you resonate with that and you really enjoy the conversations and what I have to offer, I'm grateful and know that this is a safe space for you. And I call on you to be in the energy of bravery because it takes bravery just to live life anyway. And I know it's a brave act to, you know, support. And I appreciate the quiet support. But I challenge you to, not let these people silence you or shame you. You know, like I said, if there's anything that I can show you, it's what confidence looks like. It's what, being fearless, it's what courage looks like. And I challenge you to be courageous and stand in the face of the many hateful. It's popular to be a hater. It's popular to try to wish ill will on people and wish people's downfalls based on bullshit. It is what it is. But I refuse to pay sole attention to that because I know that's not the only thing that's out there. I know there's people who are beautiful. There's people who are positive. There's people who are courageous and bold and don't care about what people have to say about them or what they believe or whatever it may be. I know there's people who are willing to challenge the status quo and and fight in their own way. And I'm grateful for those folks. And I'm even more grateful for the time when we get to align in our journeys and celebrate and uplift and empower one another in real time. So yeah, I look forward to that. And not only that, but I hope that you all received something of this live stream. I hope that you were inspired, you had a good time, you had fun. I know there was a lot of people that popped in and out during different parts and segments of the live stream. And and yeah, I did it. Like I was on here for like 5, almost going 6 hours. That's crazy. Um, so yeah, but again, much love to you guys. I hope I can assist in your journey of waking up to your power, waking up out of, you know, the norms, orchestrated shenanigans of the status quo, waking up to who you are and following your own dreams, fighting for what's yours, and being bold enough to stand up against many who deem, what's right and what's wrong. Like I said, it was popular to believe that the earth revolved around the sun at one point in history. And so it was proven that actually it's the sun that the earth that revolves around the sun, just like all the other planets. But of course, the people, being that there was many, hell bent on the idea that no, everything revolves around the earth. How, you know, what's the word? Not condescending. How egotistical that is to think that all, the cosmos were revolving around us, you know? And I get it. When a lot of people believe that, it's easy, like, oh, damn, we just going to go along with what everybody else believes because it's the easiest thing to do. We won't get in trouble as much as everybody else, whatever. Man, fuck that. If you scared of those things, then I don't know if the village is the right spot for you, and it's okay, but I want to align with people who are equally bold, equally, truly a freedom fighter, and fighting for freedom, fighting for truth, fighting for justice, and fighting for the things that people are too scared to say, and using your experience and your knowledge to empower, to awaken, to uplift, and inspire folks, because that's what we do here. This is what I do over here at Neomac Entertainment. And I hope that you start to do with wherever you are in the world. Much love to you guys. Have a good night, and I will see y'all later.